upgrade and much more powerful than the pistols. Signature hairstyle, the ponytail, or the braid in Tomb Raider 1. Lara's hair doesn't move freely or flow accurately. Intensive to make it work on PC. Remember, the game released on home PCs at the time as well as consoles. Reports from the early development test levels, videos of which can still be found, show Lara with a moving hair asset, but it was so complex to program and render in real time, it caused an immense amount of lag. It ended up being more trouble than it was worth. So now I've stopped the water, but what has that actually done? There are many moments in Tomb Raider 1 where you'll know you've done something, but you're not sure how it's helped you. I find a med kit hiding behind this hanging ledge and then just leap back into the main pool of water, trying to find where I can go now. Oh, if you leap from a high enough fall, Lara will scream on the way down. Ah, right, stopping the flow of water opens a hidden passage behind a waterfall that was never mentioned before. Of course, it's so obvious. And now you'll meet the most dangerous enemy in the game. The level has us finding 3 levers to open 3 doors.
DNK.
A puzzle again, except this time it's not fun at all because you've already solved it. You're just going through the motions of physically completing it again. Tomb Raider 1 is a great game, there's no doubt, but it's also frustrating. It's tedious. It's repetitive. It's fun the first time, but the design of the game and all the unfair deaths mean the majority of your gameplay won't be spent in that first time mindset. You'll be approaching a puzzle for the 5th or 6th time, after you've died to the 5th or 6th hidden trap after it, but then you die to another one again.
Mark Zink. Welcome to my channel.
Čekaj, ti tu staješ, a? Hadi mi ja. Da je, kaže, jedan je dexterity skillove. Dosta dobro.
KD is desperate.
No trudno.
Alyssa. Welcome to my channel.
Also, climbing a wall means you need to run into it every time, and whenever you do, Lara says oof. It's probably the most awkward aspect of movement. Finally access the throne room, and my guns auto-aim at one of the mummies. So I'm thinking, is this an enemy? I walk closer and it lunges at me. Shocking, yes, but it would have been more effective had my guns not auto-aimed at it and warned me. Grab the first part of the scion, the temple begins to crumble, and we run away. Then some other dude shows up and begins shooting at us, one of Natla's hired goons. This just shows how dull the combat is. What the game expects you to do is run around and jump and hide and shoot back, but you can just open your inventory and use a med pack, either small for half health or large for full health, in the middle of combat, and it's an instant heal. So every fight is just tank damage while shooting and healing. The dude dies and we get a cutscene. We decide to double-cross Natla because, well, she did just try to kill us. Now, Lara can't just take the stairs, so we get the most over-the-top entrance to a level I've ever seen. She cuts the wire to a lift using a blowtorch while holding onto the other end and launching herself onto the roof of a building, and I have so many questions. Why was the elevator on the outside of a building with no cladding or shielding from the elements? What was the wire hooked to that she avoided smashing into at the top? How does being on the roof help? Anyway, we break into Natla's office and discover the second bit of the scion of the rulers of Atlantis is in St. Francis Folly.
Welcome to my channel.
Level starts, I take a sip of tea and instantly die to a lion attack. And this is the moment the developers decided, right, fun's over, time to kill the player. The Lost City vibe has been replaced with sand and ancient Egyptian stuff, and the wolves are replaced with apes, which are much, much tougher and now a recurring enemy with very strange programming. Every now and again, this dude will show up and shoot you. Now, you can't kill him, but what you can do is shoot him until he runs off camera and despawns. But he will only despawn when you can't see him. So if you keep following him, he never goes away. It's also a shame that some of the coolest movement mechanics, the triple jump off various sloped surfaces, is only used to find secrets and not actually needed to finish the game, meaning most people won't experience how cool it feels to do this. Okay, I have jumped up to the top of a secret area and I found some ammo, and oh look, there's a weak crumbling floor over there. You know what? I bet it's a super secret shortcut to help me get down quicker. Turns out it was not a shortcut, it was death. In modern game design, once the player has made it to the end of a puzzle, there's usually a quick shortcut to get back to the start, so they don't just need to do the same puzzle in reverse. But not in Tomb Raider. If you spend your time climbing up to get somewhere, you need to spend your time climbing down to get back. When you're in the water, there's no combat, and there's no underwater weapon in Tomb Raider 1, which becomes a bit of a introduces giant crocodiles, and you are completely at their mercy, and the relaxed underwater swimming sections now become swim faster, get the hell out of the water. Nowhere is safe anymore. Eventually you find a switch which drains the water. On one hand, great, I can progress. On the other hand, I know this means I now need to fight the crocodile. Welcome to the first of many tall vertical rooms with multiple paths leading away into standalone puzzles which all reward one part of an item needed back in the main room. So let's do this. There are 4 keys needed for a door on the ground floor, and each key is on a level of this giant climbable room through a door labelled with an ancient god's name. Find the levers in the central column to open the 4 doors, and then let's go and get them. Atlas door first. I'm expecting some kind of boulder puzzle because of the famous Atlas holding the world image, and I was right, and I managed to dodge this first time. Drop into a pit and grab the first key. Next up is Neptune, probably water, and yep, it's an anxiety-inducing dive into an underwater section with a lever and just enough breath to make it out alive. And now one of the most annoying and deadly rooms, the Thor room. A lightning conductor orb on the ceiling, and if you step into the room, yep, you die. The secret to getting past this lightning ball is to run around the edge and just kind of hope for the best. I wonder what happens if I stand on it. Oh, of course. Probably my own fault. I didn't look up and see the giant hammer aiming at that exact spot. So stand on the spot, lure the hammer to swing down, dodge at the last moment,
to my channel.
Get the blocks it drops, and climb on those to get the key. Then I leave the giant hammer room, and I die to the lightning again. I actually hate the amount of instant deaths in this game. The Damocles door has swords hanging ominously in the air. And to be honest with you, I only remember the Sword of Damocles from that song in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So I grab the key and I'm thinking, right, I bet when I walk under a sword it's going to fall on me, but it seems no, it's worse. They home in on you and kill you. This is the kind of stuff no one remembers. When you think Tomb Raider, you think, well, tombs, environments, artifacts, adventure. You don't think magical possessed swords flying at your face. I miss this jump, fall to my death, get mauled by a lion and shot at by a gun dude. Like the game wasn't sure that one lethal thing would be enough. It threw all 3 at me to make sure I definitely died. When you lock on and fire your guns, they fire in sync. But if you turn, you sometimes end up aiming with only one gun. And then when you turn back and the other gun goes, the shots go out of sync. And as a kid, this was the coolest thing ever. Firing guns together is lame. Firing alternate is cool. Find all 4 keys and use them on the locks down at the bottom. Annoyingly, as I mentioned earlier, you have to just keep trying all the keys until you find the right one. And the reason this is bad design is, for a choice to matter, there has to be a consequence for failure. Here, there isn't. So the choice isn't really doing anything other than just padding on time. Imagine being told to progress you must roll a 6 on a dice, but if you don't roll a 6, you just roll again until you do. It's not gameplay, it's just time consuming. One of the best elements of Tomb Raider 1 is the sense of loneliness and isolation. This is a giant untouched temple. You are exploring it, and you do feel very alone, but it's not oppressive loneliness. It's not unhappy. It's not hopeless. It's a lingering sense of potential, of discovery. You are enough. You will succeed, you just have to figure out how. Tomb Raider 1 is fantastic at making you feel worthy of the challenge in front of you. By now though, the designers are using even more tricks to obscure the way forward. This jump, grab and shimmy over a pit isn't telegraphed in any way. In some cases, they use textures to actively hide the correct route. This is where the game stops feeling Lara against Hidden City and becomes player against designer. Finishing a level is not just taking Lara on the correct path, it's beating someone who wanted you to fail. Whenever you walk into a large open room, there's an immense sense of scale, and this is helped by the limited render distance of the PlayStation 1. If you could see all of this room, it wouldn't feel as foreboding. But the fact the distance trails off into black gives it a real sense of unexplored depth, of secrets waiting to be found. They've used the limitations of the hardware to actually enhance the feeling of discovery. And just as I am waxing poetical and admiring the beauty of the scenery, I find a hidden hole and land on a spike pit. Thanks, developers. Take on 3 lions at once, have to keep jumping to avoid being killed, but you can't tumble in the air, that's in Tomb Raider 2, so my auto lock-on keeps not helping me. This is the first puzzle that needs really tight timings. Opening doors and throwing switches before the previous have locked. This actually gets me into the pit I fell into earlier, but now I'm much less dead. When you start climbing, you're not always sure of your route. You just hope to kind of find it as you go along. And even if it's not always the way the developers intended, you can usually use the grid system to kind of improvise your way across. In Uncharted, you always know you're going exactly the way the developers intended you to go. In Tomb Raider, you know that you're starting in the right place and finishing in the right place, but your route, well, that's kind of chaotic. And if it works, maybe they didn't mean it to work. Maybe you made it work. This level has 4 corner rooms with 4 doors and switches to open them all, and activating a switch shows you a door that's open but doesn't explain
Welcome to my channel.
This level is mostly running to and from places, and when you do find the right path, a gate will close behind you, a boulder will fall down, and you'll die because you weren't expecting it. Then I do one of the worst things you can do with a puzzle game. I take a break. And when I come back, I cannot remember how the level is laid out. Tomb Raider 1 kind of needs you to finish each level in one sitting, because saving mid-level and returning a few hours or a few days later is the perfect way to completely forget where you were meant to be going. Finishing a level without getting all the secrets is another burden you're going to have to live with, because sometimes you'll throw a switch or trigger a boulder which will actually permanently block off a secret, and the only way to get it is to restart the entire level. The next level has us opening up doors by looking at the patterns of symbols above them and then throwing 5 switches in order in a central room to open them one at a time. See, I told you these central room with puzzles to the side would happen again. So while I'm running around, let's just talk about Lara Croft, because Tomb Raider launched the character to almost instant stardom, and she became a gaming icon and an international sex symbol. She was gracing the covers of magazines worldwide. She actually holds the record for character that has appeared on the most game magazine covers ever. Lara would also be the first virtual character to appear on the cover of British magazine The Face, showing just how much of a cultural impact Tomb Raider had on the world. Tomb Raider may have just been a game, but Lara Croft was a celebrity in her own right. Here's one of the coolest deaths in any video game ever. Eventually you will discover a hidden garden, and through a hole in the wall, the feet of a giant statue of King Midas, famous for turning anything he touched to gold. And on the floor, you'll see the statue's hand. Of course, you're going to jump on the hand, and when you do, now that is an instant death I can totally agree with. It's completely the player's fault, and they kind of expected it to happen. Jump from 5 pillars to find 5 switches, and most of the middle game is just filler. You could probably half the amount of stuff you need to actually do for each individual puzzle, and you'd still be left with a great, if substantially shorter game. And now an interesting mechanic. This room has a huge central pillar, and when we pull this block out, found in a little alleyway.
So why don't we just get rid of that? Why don't we just have all guys work, only women working?
Well,
wouldn't it fix the problem then that you're saying?
Well, for one thing, we can't, because as much as women like to say that they want equality, I do not see them lining up to be roofers or lay concrete or work at sewage treatment plants or oil rigs. I don't see them climbing cell phone towers. I don't see them doing like.
You think that's like a social Like the fact that you're even using those as an example, could you, like, do you want to do those things? I mean, I wouldn't mind doing those things. I don't care.
Yeah, you would. You would care, and
What is that supposed to
you
mean?
wouldn't be able to do it.
I mean, I work at a video game company. That's generally a guy thing. Like, what do you mean?
You work on computers, right?
Okay. What do you just like
big
thing?
So when you get up in the morning and you turn on your lights to get ready for work, that electrical grid is maintained by men who go out into snowstorms. Well, you should care.
Well, I mean,
the men are the ones who
to do it if it was a problem.
And maintain it. This whole modern world that made feminism possible was built and is maintained by men. When we have hurricanes,
women had no position in that.
When we have hurricanes, snowstorms, blizzards, the people who go out and get the power lines back up are not women. The people who fix the roads that fall in and cave in because of terrible weather and flooding, not women.
Do you think you're biologically not able to do that or something? Like,
yes,
I could do that.
And I'll tell you why. I think, aren't you into fitness? You're a fitness girl, right?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I was a power lifter for years. I still lift weights. I'm very strong for a girl. However, my 250-pound deadlift is nothing next to a man my size, and I don't want to go out in a blizzard and try to put the power lines back up in 50-mile-an-hour winds and sub-zero temperatures.
Well, I mean, I think
and
that
neither do any other women, but men will do it. Men will do it.
I mean, I think that you would agree if you needed to, like, for your, I don't know, if for some reason you were the only person that you would do it, right? Like, to help out other people. Like, I don't see how this has anything to do with, like, your gender or sex. Like, I don't see the relation.
I understand that you think people are interchangeable widgets that just have
Absolutely,
varying parts,
they are.
Right? They're actually not at all. It's not even close. And only people who've never touched grass and lived life think that. So if you think you could actually go out,
are you really gonna come at me about that?
I'm really going to come at you about that because it's completely delusional. I'm trying to shatter your false presuppositions that you can do anything a man can do. You can't do anything a man can do, and furthermore, and more importantly, you don't want to.
You can, but
you don't want to get into sewers and repair sewer lines. You don't want to lay asphalt in 100-degree weather in Texas. You don't want to climb cell towers and possibly fall to your death. The most dangerous
occupations. I love climbing cell towers.
The most dangerous occupations are still held by men, not women. So I don't believe women when they say they want equality. They don't want equality. They want privilege, and they want access to things they like. Yes.
Access to things they like. Okay, there's a lot there. So I don't understand. You said, like, okay, so you brought up the fact that you could, like, you deadlifted, but you can't deadlift the same amount as, like, a dude or whatever. That's fine. But, like, you think that these guys are just going out there by themselves? Like you're working together with people. Like, I don't understand, like, the physical aspect of it being that important. Like, you're using machines. Like, a lot of these people are doing, like, construction. Like, they're not just like literally, like, hammering in every single part of it. They're using tools to do it. I don't see why there's any reason why it, like, any gender or sex, like, couldn't do that. I feel like it's very silly to, like, limit the, like, what do you think if I touched, like farming equipment or something, like, it'll just blow up or something? I don't get what the difference is.
Fair point. Let's just say you can do everything that my 200-pound engineer husband can do. Let's just say you can.
What, are you trying to brag?
Why? No, I'm just saying he's like a big engineer-brained man, right? And I'm not. But let's just say you could. Why? Why in the last 100 years, when women have had the choice to do anything they want, why have they not chosen these things? Why don't they want to build society? Why don't they want to build infrastructure?
I think society has been built with women involved, or we probably wouldn't have lasted. Let's be real here. That's very silly to say it that way.
Well, but what role were they playing?
There's a lot of social condition. Like, you know, I mean, you know, you're from the 80s. I mean, what point did you get when you were playing when you were a kid?
Actually, I was a tomboy. I was like a hardcore tomboy, and I grew up in a neighborhood of all boys.
Okay, no, but you didn't answer my question.
I had Tonka trucks, I had He-Mans, I had G.I. Joes, I had
Well, maybe that's why you're interested in deadlifting and stuff like that, because it's a more typically masculine thing.
Yeah, and I'm a firearms instructor, and I love shooting guns. I have a bunch of male
so maybe that is why you have those interests, is because you were raised in a more, I guess, masculine, we'll say, social situation. So the fact that you are into, like, more masculine stuff because you were raised with more more guys around. I'm kind of the same way. Like I'm a big video gamer. I'm a sweaty nerd too. Like I like doing like guy stuff. Like I like to go out and you know, burn wood if we're burning cardboard. It's, you know, like kind of like my like job that I enjoy doing. Like whatever. Like it's like why are you kind of denying the fact that like maybe that you enjoy it because it's something that you were socially kind of used to being more in a masculine role? So would that not track with the idea of
well it would
people
if
tending
I had...
wait hold on sorry
Okay,
people
go ahead.
tending towards one particular group of, or value of like physical work, for example, like what you're saying, like which you seem like you've also trended towards. Like would that not seem like that is more of a socially conditioned aspect than just something that is inherent?
Well, you would have a point there had I grown up to be an engineer or anything like that, but I didn't. I grew up to be a mom, and
well, you chose to do that though. I mean, you think that you couldn't have been an engineer?
Exactly. And what I'm saying is all women choose predominantly female things. Like I said,
well, yeah, because you're socially conditioned to.
No, if women... No, you just told me I wasn't socially conditioned for that.
What?
I was socially conditioned to do more masculine things, and
well, I think
did.
being a parent is not... You weren't socially... I wasn't trying to say that you weren't socially conditioned to be a parent. I think that that is something that both sides, you know, are socially conditioned to do just in general, but I was saying that you were...
So why wouldn't I have grown up to be like a construction worker?
Well, because you said that you chose to be a parent instead, so you left college. Like, what were you going to college for?
I actually didn't go, but I had a full ride. I had a full ride art scholarship for fine arts.
Nice.
I was a painter and drawer and stuff, and I played the oboe, and I was really good at that. So I was like a music art nerd. Yeah. I mean, I have both sides to me, but once I became a mom, it was like the maternal instinct kicked in, and that was what I cared about most. And that happens to most women. That's why we tend to leave the workforce more often for maternity leave and things like that. There's bonding that happens with mothers and babies that isn't the same for dads. Dads are super important. They're totally vital, but it's different. When you nurse an infant for 2 years straight, I mean, there's bonding there that you can't describe to somebody who hasn't experienced it. And I'm just going back to the point that if women wanted to do these things, they would be doing these things by now. They've had 100 years to get into this stuff. They're not, though. Have you looked?
You're really gonna tell me there's no woman that works in construction?
Okay, there are some women that work in some aspects of construction. No, they let me help you out.
Okay.
So we've had
Please.
100 years, right? So the top 20 careers held by women in 1920 are almost exactly the same as the top 20 occupations held by women right now. The only thing that changed, actually, was that in 1920, more of them were doing farm labor, and now they have basically swapped that out for HR work. The rest of the top 20 careers occupied by women are secretary, nurse, cook, teacher, daycare worker, bookkeeper, receptionist. All the stereotype things that women would do 100 years ago is exactly what they're choosing now. And they can do anything, like you said. They can choose whatever they want. So why aren't they choosing to lay asphalt in the hot sun? Why aren't they choosing to go up and fix the power lines when they come down? Why aren't they choosing these things?
Well, I don't know, because you're kind of, the way you're describing them seems like they kind of suck, so maybe they're just...
Well, but you're a strong, independent woman. How come you're not out there, you know, fixing the power lines when there's a storm?
About it. I guess maybe my job's being a piece of shit where it's making me go into the office now, so maybe I'll consider that. I'm
pretty sure that if you had to do that kind of work, you would be like, I'll be a stay-at-home mom. Please let me be a stay-at-home mom.
I think that there's a lot of arguments that on both ends, a lot of people would be like, I mean, that's like the argument that a lot of like men say, like, why can't I be a stay-at-home dad? And it's like, well, you should be able to. So it kind of seems like you're kind of being a little toxic about it, about being that
don't want to. It's not. Look, I know that you're trying to deny biology and say we're the same.
Deny biology.
And we have proof that we're not the same.
Yes, we are not literally the same. You are correct.
In Nordic countries, where they've been the most egalitarian for the longest, we're talking Viking society, we're talking the socialist utopia that all of the leftist Americans love, right? Iceland, Sweden, Norway, Finland. Yes, they love because it's so egalitarian. In those countries, we actually see a wider gap in what women choose to do for a career if they have a career
What do you
at
mean
all.
gap?
So the more egalitarian the society is, the more women will choose traditionally feminine things, which women are more people oriented, right? They go into psychology, sociology,
Dude, I fucking hate people.
well, okay. That's nice, but I'm just saying that women, okay, so maybe you are not a people person, but I bet you like to, drink your wine. You're not over there drinking beer and whiskey.
I do
you like
from time to
you have a
time.
pink background. You have a pinky purpley background. It's very cute. You got lots of stuffed animals. Clearly, you have a very strong feminine side to you.
Well, it's because it reminds me.
Right?
I mean, I like stuffed animals because I got a lot when I was a kid. So I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I also have a
but
bow. How do you think about that?
You're not over here with Zen Shapiro with like the buzz cut. You're not. You're clearly present as a very feminine person, and maybe you have
just
a
call this a
masculine
buzz cut, Rachel?
Okay.
You think
It's
this is
not
a buzz
really.
cut?
It's
So
a
cute.
very beautiful haircut.
Welcome
I
to
love
my
your
channel.
hair. I wasn't throwing any
Much
shade.
better, much better. Continue.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, okay, you and I might have some really masculine traits. You might be a gamer chick who likes to swear and talk shit and all that kind of stuff.
I
And
do
I'm a
love
girl
that.
who likes to work out in the gym with my bro friends and like bench press and stuff, right?
Cool.
But we are still women. And we still want to do women stuff. I still love glitter. I still love babies. We like doggies.
Znate šta bi
and
bilo
kitty cats.
ekstra za sve nas sa Balkana? Da se lepo jedan dan skupimo i pohvatamo sve ove hajduke po TikToku, Instagramu i Facebooku, mafijaščiće, velike Albance, Srbe, Bosance ili Bošnjake, Hrvate, Srbe iz Republike Srpske. Sve ove koji imaju potrebu za nekom borbom, za nekim ratom, za nekim belajem. Pa da ih lepo stavimo jedno igralište i nek se, brate, peglaju dok nisteraju tu muku iz sebe, to nas, bre, ostave više na miru, čoveče. Pa ljudi, da li ste realni svi kad se skupimo, nema nas u jedan grad u Indiji ili u Kini. I mi bi još međusobno da se koljimo, jel? Isti jezik pričamo, čoveče, na istom se ražnju pečemo i vi bi još da se koljete međusobno. Da ste, bre, normalni. Pa nema nas za jednu dobru bombu da baci neko ozbiljniji. A vi hoćete i međusobno da se tabate. Živi, brate, gdje hoćeš. Veruju šta hoćeš, jedi šta hoćeš, moli se kome hoćeš, ko ti brani. Da li ste, bre, ljudi realni? Šta vam je, bre? Jeste ludi? Ne mogu, bre, da vas slušam više, na glavu ste mi se popeli. Živi, ako umeš da živiš, ako ne umeš da živiš, idi, brate, skoči neđe slitice, ostavi nas normalne. Da možemo da živimo ko ljudi.
And we like
What, men can't
and
love
fluffy
doggies and kitty cats?
But no, we got to get back to the point, which is, has feminism been good for society? And by all the metrics I just stated, I don't think it is. Do you have any metrics that prove it's good? Like,
Well,
what
I mean, I
has
think the
happened
ability,
that's
like, we didn't get the right to have a credit card until like the 60s, my dude. Like, I don't see
Actually,
why having an
cite
inequality
that
of
a
like
lot.
that. Like, if you're really gonna say about the workforce being like significantly higher, then that alone seems like a benefit to have more workers. I mean, the wages were depressed not because of feminism. There's a lot more to that where it's an economic issue, but let's stay focused. You're right. We're getting a little off track there. Where I don't see why that is a bad thing to have more people in, like, because we were specifically talking about this country, I guess, like having more people like being present, having more representation, like diversity, like is very obviously more our strength, yes, and our that goes for also corporations as well. Like I think having like a lot of different voices within a space is always going to be good to a to that degree if we're gonna like look at it like an economic type of thing. But I don't see why having more freedom would be a bad thing. Like, this is fucking America, dude. Like, I love the idea that we have freedom here. We have freedom of choice. If we want to choose to do those things, like, stay-at-home mom, or like you were complaining about the fact that like you wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, right? And like, people were like shitting on you for that. Like, feminism like is the exact like opposite of like somebody wanting to shit on you for that. Like, that is your choice. That's what feminism is. It is your choice to be able to be a mom, like to stay at home with your kids. That is a supportive choice where you shouldn't have to be held to some sort of societal standard where you have to work, or you or you have to stay home, or you have to do anything. The idea is that it's just the freedom to be able to make your own choices of what you want to do in your own life. And I don't know why you would want to constrain yourself when it comes to being anti-feminist with the idea of like rigid gender roles and not having the freedom of choice like you clearly did choose, you know, to become a mom. And I feel like it would be really shitty, like if somebody was like, you have to work, like outside of like the financial values. I'm so sorry, they are just really annoying. I'm so sorry. But with like, I'm so sorry, I forgot what I was saying exactly.
That's okay.
The
Actually,
idea
if
is
you
that
don't
just-
mind, I want to address a couple of things that you said. So, the first one would be, is it a privilege for moms to work, or is it like a detriment to them?
Well, I mean, I'm not a mom, so why don't you tell me?
Well, you said you think it would be bad if somebody told me I had to work. But when
Yeah.
when I tell most people I'm a stay-at-home mom, they say, well, not all of us are as lucky as you. Not everyone is this
Well, I
privileged.
assume they're
Most moms
joking.
work because... Do you think most moms work because they have to work financially?
Yes.
Right. So how did they get more freedom? Where's all the freedom of choice? If the moms have to work, it's an economic necessity, where's all the freedom of choice?
Well, that's the irony of it, right? I mean, obviously, the entirety of like human existence, you have to work in one way or the other. I mean, like a lot of people like would even like be like, okay, I can make money by basically being a mom by like babysitting other people's kids. Like that's like an economic issue. That has nothing to do with feminism. Like, I mean, I feel like I'm a little worried because I feel like a lot of your argument is just completely based off of the fact that you think that women just kind of ruin the economy, basically, which is funny as a concept.
Here's what my argument is.
Okay.
All the things feminism promised women, it did not deliver. Not only that, but women
Well,
are
I mean, I read off a bunch of shit that it
No, you don't.
promised.
But that's not the
No.
case. So I can prove that that's not the case. So you know that 65. Okay, 65% of college debt is held by women. The average woman goes
Equality.
into her adult life with $35,000 in debt on average. What does her choice to choose motherhood look like after that? After we tell all women they have to go to college because they have to have a career or else they ain't shit, and they get $35,000 in debt, the average payment is about the same as a car payment. Where is the choice left to them to choose motherhood?
Well, I assume they chose to go to school. It's not like they you hit that age and you just get the debt. Like,
So you think
chose to work.
you think that social conditioning works to make girls feminine, make them like pink and like dresses, but you don't think social conditioning works to make women go to college. You don't think girls go to college because they're told from the time they're born that if they don't go to college,
I
they're
think-
basically a loser and they're never gonna make it in life?
Again, this seems like it's coming from a very personal thing, but I think that everyone is told to do that. I don't really see any differential between like my whole like idea of what I believe feminism is a complete like utter disappearance of the idea that we're different, because I don't see why that's different for like I don't think women are being pressured more to go to college than men are. I know
Right,
women
but who
typically
can-
do
who
go to
has
college
the
more
babies?
often, but
Who births the babies?
is that the end of your argument? What do you mean?
The only people who can give birth are biological females.
Who gives? How does this have anything to do with?
So I'm telling you,
debt?
pay attention. If you force all the biological females into a system where they're debt slaves because they went to
Well, they're not
college,
forced into it, but okay.
you socially condition them that this is what successful women do. This is what boss bitches do. This is what smart girls do. This is what good girls do. They go to
Okay.
college and they earn a degree, right? Do you think it's good to earn a degree?
I mean, if you want to, sure.
Do you have a degree?
I do not.
You don't have a degree.
No.
Okay, so you
I
don't
went to
have any
college for a
college
few
debt.
years, but no, I was lucky enough to have a generally wealthy family, so.
Okay, gotcha. So most women go to college, get into debt, and then we expect them to suddenly stop working
Okay, but
and
how is
have
it different
kids.
than men? Like, I don't understand. Like,
The men
your
are
whole
supposed
argument is that, like,
to support the women. This is what I'm trying to explain. The men are
Why?
supposed to because you can't have babies and have a career
Okay,
at the
but
same
those are-
time.
What? There's plenty of
said
women who have babies.
You just
and
said in your opening. You said women that motherhood is a full-time job. That parenting Parenting is a full-time job. Motherhood's a full-time job, right?
Yeah, you can just stay home dad. I mean, as soon as the kid's out of you, like, who gives a shit? Like, who's staying home? It doesn't really matter that much.
Okay, so then you're still stuck in a one-parent income trap, right?
What? No, that's not at all what we were saying.
If the dad stays home and the mom works, you're still stuck on one income. And you said
Oh, you
people
mean like
can't
that?
make their own one income. Yeah.
I think it's very rare to be able to do that. Yes, I
Right, so
agree with that.
both
But that has
parents
nothing to do
always
with.
work now. The vast majority
Okay, so
of
then
households, both parents have to work now.
Correct. Sure.
Right. And I just explained why that happened. So
Okay.
if you could please tell me just one actual, like, not just it's my opinion that it's nice that I think women have more choices. Do you have any concrete anything? I've sat here and rattled off kind of stats. Do you have any concrete numbers, anything concrete we can look at? Doesn't even have to be numbers, but something that
Well,
shows
we're women,
me,
so we can't see concrete. Obviously.
well, we have to know if feminism has been good for society. That's what the debate is. So
Well,
I'm
would
waiting
you
for
say
some
right to
proof.
vote
Like,
is a bad thing? As I said in my beginning, my whole statement of why I listed off those things, like I also listed off things. I can also make a list. The right to vote. Good, bad? Bad, good? What are your opinion on that one?
I don't think that having the right to vote has made life better for women.
I think
by
it
what
does. You have more
what,
of your representation. Why do you think that
But
we
why-
fucking rebelled against England, dude? Like,
but
what do
by
you mean?
by what metric? By what metric?
Because you have
are
a representation that you obviously, like, who do you choose to vote for? Why don't I just ask, like, what are you not getting about this? Okay, who do you choose to vote for? Somebody that represents your values, correct?
Okay, but what?
So being
women-
able to vote for people who will legislate for your values is always a positive.
Do you believe that the American government represents your values?
What?
Do you
Stay
think that
focused
our
here. What do you mean? I'm talking about, like, the idea of being able to vote.
right? And I'm asking you if that has actually happened. So you vote, right?
Yes, I'm from California,
So
bro.
Do you believe that the current government that's supposed to
The
represent you represents
entirety
you?
of the government?
Yeah. Do you feel represented in your
I think there's
government?
elements and people that have been elected that I voted for in the government that do represent my ideals. Yes.
Okay.
There's a lot of people in this country.
But
Like,
not as
obviously,
a
we have a
whole.
lot of. Okay,
Right,
who
you-
cares?
you-
Who cares? Why are you saying that? That's
Well,
completely
the
pointless.
reason I'm saying that is because you don't like the current system. So if you think the current system is shit, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't seem to be working for you. So how does you being able to vote make your life better? You can laugh, but that's not an argument.
Because I'm fighting for the things that I do give a shit about, and I do have representatives that I feel like do represent my values. Like, I don't understand why having less of a say in something is a good thing. Like, that's not
Well,
what you're arguing. Like, oh, because the thing that I'm
No,
arguing,
that's not what
the
I'm
thing that I'm
arguing.
arguing isn't exactly like the way I want it to be, but like, so that means I shouldn't have a say in it. Like, that's exactly what you're saying.
Well, I'll tell you what women in 1919 said. There were
I
anti-suffrage.
don't care.
Yes, you should care because you're
Okay,
here to
Mom.
advocate for women and feminism. So you should care,
Yeah.
right? I'm always told I should care about the
Well,
brave
apparently you
independent
don't
women
really
who came
care
before
about
me.
your opinion because you're a woman, so here we are.
Well, here, I live in the current time, and so I have to come on here and
You really?
dispel all the nonsense. Yeah, I have
you have
to.
to. You're
educate
also
people
forced
like
to do
you.
that too.
Yeah, I have to educate people like you who don't know what the hell
Into
you're
what?
talking about. So in 1919,
Okay, you're
there was
still-
much higher representation in anti-suffrage groups than suffrage groups. There were more women who were active members of anti-suffrage groups
Mhm.
than there were women who were in suffrage groups. And a group in Kansas put out a pamphlet that's in my book where they said, we don't want to do this because they could foresee they may have to be conscripted into the military. They could see
I'm
that
down
it was
for that.
going to, I know you are, and that we would
Yeah.
have to, except you wouldn't, if you actually
Well, no,
had to
I
go
think
fight
the
die
draft
in
should
a
be
war,
the
you
thing.
wouldn't do
I
it.
don't think the draft should be a thing at all, but I mean, as long as it is, fuck it. Equality. Both of us need to get drafted. I don't
Well,
see any
then-
problem with that.
Then I think if you want equality, we should make it mandatory that 50% of oil drillers have to be women, 50% of asphalt
Why?
layers have to, because equality. If you're gonna draft women,
Well, that's a
into
choice
the
to work
military-
there. It's not like you're required by the state. Like, I know you think I'm a communist, but I'm not. I don't think that
Okay,
those should be
so
like
you
state
think the
run.
state should mandate people die in wars, but you don't think.
No, I
that
literally
mandate-
just said the draft I don't think should be mandated at all. Like, I don't know if you just like have like your scripted things you're supposed to say, but like I'm literally saying I don't think that the draft should be a thing at all. But if it is, women should have to be part of it too. Fuck it.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
don't see a
saying
problem with
if
that.
that's what you think, then you are
Mhm.
being inconsistent. If you don't
I
think
seems
women
very
should,
consistent.
it's not if you don't agree that women shouldn't have to be equally represented in dangerous and yucky and gross.
Fuck it,
and
sure,
hard.
whatever.
Okay, so if Nina wants to go ahead and put
I
her
don't
money where her
care.
mouth is and go outside and start laying some asphalt, putting up some power lines,
All right,
and building
you know
power
a
grids-
guy. You know a guy. If they're paying enough, I'll fucking do it. I hate my job right now, so I'm down.
Yeah, you would cry. But
Are you just gonna say that? I'm gonna say that, even though I'm literally agreeing to do it. Like, what is your point?
My point is that you
Would you
haven't.
cry?
Yes, I don't want to go put out power lines
Okay.
in a blizzard. I don't want to lay concrete. I'm not made for
Well,
that.
then
I'm
it's
not
your
built for
choice.
that.
That's fine. I mean, they're not like. What do you think? There's like a genetic gene for like laying
Yes.
concrete? Dudes.
Yes, there is.
There's a
Men
genetic-
are. Do you think
There-
there's no biological genetic difference between males and females?
About laying concrete? No, I don't think that. That's very silly for you to say.
Are you a gender abolitionist?
Yes, I
Yes,
said
you
that.
are. Okay, right.
Yes,
So,
I am.
So you think?
I had said that at
Okay.
the beginning.
Keep laughing again.
It's
not an
funny. We're
argument.
having fun.
Okay. No, you would not be outlaying concrete. Your body physically couldn't take it. Have you ever seen what happens to a man who has to dig
Have you
ditches
seen
for 40
concrete
years?
laid? It's just machines,
Yes.
dude. You're not physically like picking up. Like, concrete's a liquid when you like. What do you mean? Like, it's just a machine that's doing
Have
it, and
you
you
ever
just have
been
to
outside of a
supervise
city?
it.
Okay, farm labor. How about farm labor? Do you think that that's all automated too?
Oh, so now you have to like change it? Like, I
No,
mean, a
I'm
lot of
saying
it is automated.
socialist-
Yes,
socialist
yes, some
think-
of it is
oh.
automated.
You urban socialist city people think
Oh, okay.
everything's automated,
Uh-huh.
and it's not.
A lot of
I was
farm
born
work
and
is not
raised-
automated.
Born and raised in farm country where manual labor still reigns. And yes,
Cool.
if you've ever watched a road being built, if you've ever watched
Yes.
sewer tunnels being put in under a road, it is not all automated. Some of it is, but a lot of it is backbreaking
What do you
manual
think? They're
labor.
literally doing it with their hands? Like, what do you mean?
Yes, they're literally with shovels and tools moving the concrete in 90
Oh, so we're
degree
using
weather.
tools.
And yeah, we're using tools.
Yeah. So
So my husband works in mechanical engineering on giant machinery where he has to be dropped into like a 40-foot hole where there's no oxygen. He has to wear masks. It's super dangerous and scary
Cool.
and shit like that. You're not going to do that. You would cry.
why? I said I would do it.
Because you have stuffed animals behind you and cute
What,
little
because I have
fluffy
stuffed
doggies.
animals?
You really think, does anyone in the audience believe we're gonna drop Nina into a hole and she's gonna fix the problem, right? With whatever is going on? No.
Well, I'm sure I
Do we
wouldn't know
think
what I
we
was
can put-
doing.
We could put Nina on a crab fishing boat where she's got
Mhm.
like sub-zero temperatures, raging
I do love
winds,
boats.
and have you ever watched any of those shows?
Oh yeah,
The
no,
lobster
they look
fisherman now?
like scary, but I love the ocean, so I'm down with that too.
Okay.
What?
I'm sure everybody believes that
And
Nina
like
is
you
gonna-
need to copy paste into like saying like whatever about me because you don't like I don't know who I am.
just
But like
saying
why
you're-
would you
you're
spend like
lying.
water
I'm just
as
saying
like a
that you're lying.
joke? You think I'm lying that I like water?
Hang on. You're both talking at the same time. Nina, go ahead. Rachel, please let her finish before you interject.
Well, I just thought it was funny that you were laughing about that I like water. Like you can go ahead.
No, I'm saying there's a reason why you have a desk job and not a hard
Okay, well
manual
my
labor
boyfriend
job.
has a desk job too.
Yeah, sure. There are men who have frou-frou desk jobs now because we live in a
Frou-frou?
technological. Yeah, it's soft hands, you know, all that stuff. I'm not even trying to hate on everybody who has tech jobs or whatever, but
It
I'm
kind of
saying
sounds like you are doing that.
I'm saying that the people who build the infrastructure that keeps your fucking computer on are men, big, burly, tough men who are willing to break their bodies over the course of years and years, keeping the fucking lights on. Do you think that's not a thing?
Do I think that there are not people who have jobs that are to make like power lines? Is that what your question is?
Who do you
Or that there are
think,
men like
do
yeah,
you
they're
think
probably
building
overwhelmingly
infrastructure is like an easy thing? Or do you think there are still really dangerous hard labor jobs that are occupied almost exclusively by men?
Okay, so why don't we fix that then? Fuck it. Only women in infrastructure jobs.
And do you think that the power grid would stay up?
Yeah. Because it's not like they're not doing the same job. It's just maybe they're not as strong. So I don't know. What
So
do you
you
think? What do you
think the average-
think? What do you think is the difference? Like what do you think?
I'll
Like
tell
what?
you.
Like, you're constantly lifting stuff. Like you're bench pressing things. Like to
Yes.
make the.
Yes.
That's how you
logging,
pour concrete is by bench
logging,
lifting.
mining, being up in a bucket truck, having to lift. Yes, there are jobs. If you had ever been outside of your little computer room there, you would know there are jobs where, yes, the requirements are you have to be able to repeatedly lift 60, 80 pounds over your head all day long. You have to be able to do certain things, right? That women can't do. The average woman is 5'3", 155 pounds. Those women can't do those jobs. Yeah, we're fat these days. You know, that's how it is in America because we all sit at a desk all day. But I'm saying,
well, that's what I'm saying. All women in these jobs. Maybe we'll lose weight, dude. I mean, you were a powerlifter. How are you gonna say that you can't figure out how much would you lift?
So my max bench press is 155 pounds for 1 rep. If you put me out in a hard job where for 12 hours a day out in a field, I had to do that repeatedly, I would literally break. My body couldn't do it. It's not.
Okay, you think men's bodies don't break too?
Are you aware of the difference in bone density, bone structure,
okay, but the point is, it doesn't matter. It's still affects their body too.
It absolutely matters.
That's not my point. I'm saying that like I don't think it really matters in terms of like getting the work done as much. Why don't we just let's focus more automation and so you don't have to pick up heavy shit.
I think because I know that people who live online terminally don't understand this.
I know you keep using this as an insult. I don't care.
Not everything can be automated. There are tons of things that will never be
like what?
Like I told you.
Like
you have to drop a person. You
like
can't roboticize everything. My husband is a robotics engineer.
Yes, I know people are talking about your husband.
He has to fix the robots, right? Somebody has to be dropped down into a hole, or put way up in the sky, or in a dangerous situation that women can't do. And if women wanted to, they'd be in those jobs, and they're not. I think I've won this point, so I'm super comfortable just like moving on from it.
Seth?
Yeah.
So I did finally download a loot filter. Did I get any good gear whenever I did the map runs with the loot filter? Of course I did. I didn't get anything good at all. Can I upgrade anything here? I can't. Let's upgrade...
Time to go.
Maybe the melee void damage? What do you guys think about that? Okay, here we go.
Have eyes on pack-a-punch.
Wow, that's a lot more. Holy shit. Oh my god. You just glyphs of hope? I did. I did, don't worry. Okay, what's this bullshit? Idols. Let's go. Upgrade again? I'm afraid. Ooh, ooh. Okay, we already got something. Is this game bad? It has mixed reviews on Steam. The reason why it has mixed reviews is because of the release. The release of this game was very problematic. That's the reason. Yeah, the game itself is good. At least in my opinion, it's good. But yeah, the release was very bad. And actually, I don't even know, like, I mean, very bad. Like, I'm not even sure if I would say very bad. I would say very not good. Yeah, it was laggy. I mean, for me, I didn't have any login issues except for maybe about 10 minutes or so. Other than that, I was farming and everything was okay. Where's this dick sucker? There he is. Dude, these mages die so fast now. I'm feeling good. Oh, I killed this thing too at the same time. Yeah, I need to get more of my like spin to win damage too. Okay, Hermons of Endurance. All right, this was a decent run. We'll see if we got anything good out of here. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. It's actually kind of good. It's actually kind of big good. What do you guys think about this helmet? 56% crit. 260 armor. I don't know. I think I'm going to buy it. I'm just going to keep it. I might not use it, but I'm going to keep it at least. Oh, warp. Oh, wow. That's insane. Look how good that is. 57% increased melee. Oh my god. Ward, no, this one's bad. Use Rive and hit at least one enemy. I don't really care about that. What do you guys think about this? This helmet, it's got 15% crit damage. Nah, yeah, I think so too. Dude, these are so good. I wonder if I can do the spins now. I guess I'm going to move this off. I'm not really going to use that. And then I'll move this to here. I need to remove one more of these. 57% increased melee damage. That is nuts. Hmm. 7% increased area isn't that big. So I worry that, like, if I use this helmet, I lose over 100 health. That is a lot of health to lose, especially whenever I can lose my, what do you call it?
Endurance threshold.
I don't even know, like, what I should put these points into, by the way. I have no idea. I'm just putting points into the stuff that I put points into.
Time to go.
Like, vitality, 1 per point. I probably should get some more of this. Like, armor, probably should get more armor. I probably should get the strength. Actually, I should do this. Get this juggernaut thing. I put points into stuff? Yeah, I need to do more of that. Okay, let's go. Alright, let's see if this is any better.
Yeah, go do that one, dude. Dude, he's gonna blow.
I really feel like the hammers might still be better, guys. It's like it just doesn't matter what I do. The hammers are still so powerful. Hammers are way better? Yeah, they are. It's like it's not even fair. is yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Like, yeah, hammers are bound to my W key, so of course they're gonna do more damage. It's a very good point. Ooh. Hopefully that one's really good. Oh, what's this? Okay, we got a couple. Oh, nice. Have you tried other abilities? Of course not. Oh, wow. That was a lot of damage I took there. Okay, did I kill the wizard? Yeah, I did. Okay, kill these guys real quick since I have the buff. Yeah, look at this damage. Like, how are the hammers so big? It's not even fair.
Moving to my mark.
Like, I keep going for, like, maybe I should just go all in on hammers, but I feel like the spins are gonna, like, it's gonna pick up at some point. I just don't know when it's gonna happen. Just go all in on hammers? I don't know, man. Okay, hopefully we get some good gear here. All right, here we go. Okay. Nope. Garbage.
Okay. You know, because I stole the contract in front of you.
37% hammer throw damage. That is big dick. That's nuts. I think I'm gonna get rid of this. Guys, is it hammer time? I think it might be hammer time. I'm gonna be honest. Oops. Okay. Oh, and I can roll health directly onto this. Okay, well, fuck. I'm gonna do this for sure. Okay. 3% more health. I thought it was adding like a flat health. Actually, I'm an idiot. I thought it was something else, but it's okay. So I do lose a lot of I lose a lot of health with this, guys. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I really don't know if this is the right call or not. Upgrade to tier 5. I can.
Oh, it's a tombstone.
This is a big hammer situation.
Contract.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, this really. You do gain armor? I do. That's true. And I also gain crit multi, which is like, I have a lot of crit chance anyway. Let me go. I guess I'll get every shrine. I don't know if shrines are worth going for, but sometimes they are because they'll drop items. And I had a shrine drop like a bunch of idols last night. It was like really good. So I usually get them if they're not too far away.
Sure.
Okay, easy enough. I don't know if this is really... What do you guys think? Okay, alright, a dragon. Died pretty fast. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, I think he did. Drops unique item. Oh, that's big. What's this? Okay. My first two-handed weapon. Dodge rating, movement speed, ward gained whenever you dodge. That's interesting. I wonder if that's any good. Wow, that's insane. Look how much health that gives. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna put this here. 237% increased critical strike chance. Garbage. Melee attack speed. Block chance, block effectiveness. I just don't know, man. Like, I really like, I mean, I almost want to have, like, I'm gonna get a two-handed weapon here, so I'm not worried about it. That's a shuriken build? Yeah, well, I'm not a shuriken, so. Dude, where's the good loot? Okay, maybe this is it. That's the good loot right there. I know I can do it. I'm feeling really good about getting something good today. It's kind of depressing though, that like I put all my points into Warpath and the hammer is just better with like no investment. And it's like, it's not even that like Warpath is like kind of close to as good. The hammer just blows it out of the fucking water. Like it's not even remotely close.
Let's see.
Oh, make sure I get him. Do you choose Circle of Fortune? I did. Man, there's a lot of mobs here. They're doing that ice shit. Oh, it's big loot. Or big experience. That's gotta be good. That has to be good. It literally has red names. Red letters is insane. I've never had something with red letters before.
Go, 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 go.
Who's this cocksucker? Is this supposed to be a boss? Like a bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Wait, oh, that was the boss. Oh, I didn't even realize that. I'm gonna make sure I finish the experience. Deleted? Yeah, I didn't even know that was the boss.
That was weird.
I don't like the ice beetles. I just don't like thinking about them. Okay, we'll clear this and finish up. And I also completed the stability too. Okay, this is where we get good gear.
Huh.
This is the big loot. This is the big loot situation, gentlemen. This is it.
Wait, wait, wait.
See if there's anything else good here. There's absolutely not. Okay. I'm not seeing it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really just not seeing it. %25 increase void damage. For hammers, you need throwing damage? Okay. Yeah, this is 7% armor, but I don't think it's... Okay, this is complicated. I'm not going to read that.
Medical support active. Deploying gravity grenade.
I might hold on to this. That sounds like it seems like it's really good because it's got a lot of the same stat. Okay. So how do I do a loot filter? Settings. Manage loot filters. Okay. Show. Affix. Throwing. So I'm gonna make it to where, like, it always, like, anything that has throwing, it will always show. Okay.
Fuck that.
Color it. Okay. We're gonna color it as this one.
I'll get us there.
Emphasize. Okay. Done. Let's see if this works. It needs to be the first one, though, on the top of the list. Settings, boot filters. Where is it? It's not on. Oh, okay. Alright, so it's good, right? I'm good? Yeah, alright. Tombs of Experience. See how this goes. Anything with throwing damage will now show up to me. These mobs have a lot of health.
Loot if you need it.
At least I'm about to level. I just take so much extra damage, man. I need to do something about my survivability. Why is nothing dropping? What the fuck? This must be a bug. Yeah, I think this is a bug, guys. Ooh, it's not a bug. It's not a bug. It's fine. Nice. See, also another really good thing about this is, like, I can attack while not attacking. Like, I can run away like a bitch and still maintain offensive attacks. I think that's what makes this build so good. Yeah, those guys were real cocksuckers. Okay. Let's see what this is. Affect charts. See, that's why we checked. Easiest thing in my life. Okay. Of course, nothing good. Alright. That could be pretty good. Oh, but it's Malay. It's Malay. We don't use Malay.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, sigil.
Yeah. Okay, what about this?
Good loot here.
Throwing attack speed, I don't really think matters that much. We're gonna get rid of it. That's garbage. 42 health? That's a lot. No, this isn't very good either. Okay, let's do this. So you hid all non-throwing loot? No. Why would I hide all my non-throwing loot? Yeah, absolutely not. It's showing everything. You did? No, there's no way. Ooh.
Intel suggests there's a mother load of terminus weapons in your AO. I want them added to our stockpile. Like taking treats from a toddler.
Yes, your filter did? Okay.
Heads up, Deadpool.
Are you guys being serious or... Because they're all checked.
Miller to Deadpool Actual. Got my people to safety and just in time. It's starting to rain cats and dogs out here. Undead cats and dogs. Time's up, team.
Hold X? Okay. I'm holding X. Change recolor to show. This is why I didn't want to do it on stream. The fuck is this? Ooh. This is going pretty well. Until that thing almost one-shot me. Jesus, how many cocksuckers are there? Okay, nice.
Oh. Nice. Thank you.
Easy enough. Have I done the arena yet? No, I don't even know what it is. Okay, we'll just get another point into this. I probably should put points in something else. Crit chance, gonna get rid of that. Stun avoidance, getting rid of this. Increased health, elemental resistance. That's kind of good. I'll keep that. Ignite, getting rid of that. Getting rid of this. I don't think this is that great.
He's ours.
Okay. Set wand or cat. Ooh. Void penetration? Yeah, I know. I do think I need to get more defenses, though. I feel like my defenses are a big problem. Res cap is important. Yeah, my res is like kind of bad. Like my poison res, shit like that. Bro, I hate having to pick these up. I only like picking up gear. Zero fizz is tough? Yeah, it is. Yeah, this map sucks. These guys are just cocksuckers. Okay, hopefully that one's good. Jesus. That was easy to kill him, but goddamn. Okay. Fizz is the most important resistance in the game? Well, I guess that's bad because I don't have any then. Okay, throwing +3 throwing damage, that's really just not that good for what everything else I have. Like, this is decent, but I just have like a really, really good one already.
I'm reloading.
475 armor. That's a lot of armor. Chest is good already? Yeah, it is. I don't know. Okay. Apparently I get a set item out of this. That's going to be a really good item, I can already tell. Oh, I remember these guys. They were real cocksuckers too. They were the ones that would like do that chain thing. Yeah.
Nah.
What are all these guys doing? There we go. Clear fast? Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm clearing very fast. Some people say that I don't, and like my damage is bad, but like, I don't know, man. I think that my damage is really good. Oh, wow. It's a lot of loot. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's decent, I would say. Especially because I don't have like a lot of build enabling items. So like whenever I get better gear, like I'm gonna be in a really, really good spot. Like right now, this is like, I'm actually like, I'm bad compared to what my potential is. Like that's gonna be like a crazy good item. Like it's just gonna totally change my life. Right there. These items are. Okay. Jesus. Okay, we're good. So remember, this one can drop a, it can drop a set item. So it's super important that I get a good item out of this.
I'm reloading. Check fire. That was close.
Wait, I thought I was supposed to get a set item. Where's Oh yeah, all right, Annie raid. Oh yo, what up? Thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. Playing last epoch. Oh my god, two-handed sword! Holy shit, you guys came at the right time. About to get the best fucking item in the game. 19 throwing damage? Holy shit. Yeah, thank you very much, I appreciate it. That's garbage. 40% fire resistance, that's crazy good. This one's bad. Lunged melee damage. This is garbage. Movement speed, don't care about that. Increased area for melee damage. I don't really see that being useful, but I'll hold on to it. I'll hold on to this too. Throwing damage gloves. +6. I really just don't think that's it. I'm gonna be honest, I really just don't, I don't think that's it. This is really good. But like, +1 to physical skills is so good too. You and your minion skills, okay, this is minion build. That is nuts, what the fuck? I think this kind of sucks. This is bad. Yeah, I think all these items are like, they're almost really good, but they're not like, they're not really there. good for battle mage? Yeah, I'm not a battle mage though. Amulets, those are actually pretty good. Ooh, set item. Okay, we're gonna go for that. Do the quest echoes? I will after I do this set item. Alright, we're gonna go big fast. Have to avoid those cock boys. Is this the end game? Yeah, it's the beginning of the end game. Like, I'm not, like, super deep in it, but I'm getting into it. I'm figuring it out. Damn, that was a lot of health. You see that?
Nice.
I almost got. I need to get. Oh.
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Hopefully we hit a big dub here. It's fine, it's fine. We're gonna get a better one here. Doesn't matter. After this, we'll do the echo. Okay, here we go. What the hell is this?
Oh.
It says defeat all 12 waves of enemies. Okay. Let's use this right now. Jesus Christ, y'all see that? I almost died. So close, but yet so far.
Yeah, that one.
I'm gonna die. Yep, I'm gonna die. It's over. I did it. I'm a wizard. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. 11% strong damage? Like, what the fuck is this? That's actually pretty good. I'm gonna hold on to that. Melee minion? Dude, I should have just played minion build. I should have just done it, man. I should have just done it. Flat damage is OP as fuck. I don't know, like... No, wait, it didn't say flat damage. It didn't say 11, it said 11%, idiot. You guys are trying to confuse me. No, it was plus 11. There's no way it was plus 11, man. I don't believe you. Was it really? Did I sell it? It was, idiot? Okay, alright, let me look into it. I'm gonna put more points into health, man. This is just like, this is too stressful. Especially as I go into like the higher difficulties, I feel like I need to do that. Like that cock ass almost killed me. He's still almost killing me and he's fucking dead. Oh, it's a boss. Catapult. Okay, this is big. Okay, we'll go this way. Okay, we won't. Potions dead? No, I'm full potions. What are you talking about? Like, I'm good. I'm in a very good situation right now. Bro, if this doesn't say plus 11, I'm gonna be very upset, guys. I just want y'all to understand that. A little bitch, bro, like... Okay. Alright, here we go. Sold it? Oh. None of these are good. I will buy some more of these though. Oh, I should sell my stuff. Okay, elemental damage plus 11 throwing. Look at that. That's pretty good, but I don't know if that's good enough. Melee lightning, I'm not really going to use that. 9 relic throwing damage. I don't think I'm going to use that either. Break it? Okay. Just everything else is like pretty bad on this. Okay, we'll break these down. Nice, I got one. I got another one. I don't think I got that one. It's fine. All right, throwing damage again. Got it? Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, well, let's keep going. Do I not have any room
There
to
was
removal? I don't know what that
underground.
is. Apparently I don't know what fire resistance is either.
Yeah, enjoy.
Who's this? Why do you say power like that? Dude, this guy has so much health.
Ugh, fuck. That's hard.
Should I attack this? Oh, I should attack this guy too. Dude, I feel like I'm not doing enough damage. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm not.
No.
I'm just gonna Gruzy the next one since I almost looted nothing there.
Fuck.
Okay. This is the last level. Okay, let me try and use my spins.
Let's see.
This will take 45 minutes. But when it's over, I will win.
Enemy movement.
Guys, I think my damage is low. Yeah, I never thought about it from this perspective, but like whenever I fight the boss, I'm really not feeling like a winner here. It's very low. That's what I was thinking too. This is just embarrassing. I'm gonna use the cameras again. I'm so stupid. I'm actually such a piece of shit. I'm literally a piece of fucking shit. How the fuck did I die to that? Wait. I can't move. I'm actually stuck. I literally can't move. I'll be honest, bro. Like, I'm impressed by myself that I survived that. Like, it actually, no, it actually just makes me more mad that I died on the previous attempt.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's like I played so well there, and then just and I would have never had to if I... Wait, what the fuck? A lot of cocksuckers here. I really just need to change my heal to Q, because that's what it is in Diablo, and I just keep hitting Q whenever I shouldn't be doing that.
Thank you.
Where's my mana?
Brother.
My mana's AFK.
Why are you?
Where are all these cock boys coming from, man? This is nuts.
Elemental 3.
Okay, where is he? Where's the boss? I don't know what that is, but it's probably that.
Welcome to my channel.
He says that a lot, huh?
Reloading.
Splattered.
I'm so bad at this game. Why am I so bad at this game? I'm just gonna shield it next time. Because I'm a bad player that doesn't know how to play the game. I'm actually such a piece of fucking shit. I'm actually the biggest piece of shit.
Got a custom weapon here.
It's like a shotgun with 120 shells, so
Thank God. Okay, got it.
it's a bit overkill.
Alright, body armor drop rate, helmet drop rate, ring drop rate. Okay, so we need rings. Let's go for rings.
Let me see.
Right on, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. What the hell is
This
this?
is a big ring situation. Okay. And I'm not ready for level 70, man. I'm really not. Maybe I can go to 66 for now. What's this?
It never stops. Yep.
Go full right side?
Yep, it still has ammo.
Okay, fuck it. Let's do it.
Favorite pepper gun.
Where's the NPC? Where's the vendor? Who cares? Let's go. That was left? Oh, yeah, that's true.
Wait.
That's crazy.
Uh-oh.
By the way, this is a pretty big difference.
I think it's lagged out. It's not letting me equip it or
I
anything.
think I'm starting to struggle, man.
Good job, Activision. Brother. Oh, okay. Okay, because I don't wanna
Okay, we got
use
something
your
good
gun
there.
back. Can you get my... No. Wow.
Oh, big loot, big loot, big loot, big loot, big loot, big loot. Let's kill this cockboy. Yeah, this is way... Look at that. Yeah, we're staying here. Fuck this. Like, whoever said go to the other
It's about-
side's a fucking idiot.
Well, it was
This is what we're
nice to know
saying.
you guys.
This is
Take
way
care.
better.
GG,
Look at this.
GG.
Oh!
Damn, where the fuck is the boss? I need to swap over to the spins, man. I need a prophecy that says I'm gonna get a good item. Time to roll healing hands melee spec? I don't know. That was bad. Dude, these mobs do a lot of damage. But at the same time though, like, this is a big loot situation too. Like, look how much shit I'm getting out of this run. Maybe this is like beginner's luck or something though. I hate these cocksuckers, by the way. Okay, hopefully that one's good. Gotcha, bitch. Get a 0 mana cost skill? Ooh, who's fat bitch here? Let's kill him. Uh-oh. I'm fucking dead. I'm so fucking dead. Somehow I'm not fucking dead. That is crazy. Okay, give me a minute. I'm sick of pressing Q and nothing happening. Give me a second. Where's key bindings? Okay. We're done. All right. So let's see if we got anything good there. This is not that good. No. It's all dog shit ass garbage. Okay, let's see what we got. This one isn't very good. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Cold damage again? Why the fuck do they want me to play with cold damage? That's actually pretty good. '27 strength. Yeah, I see that.
Watch.
118 health on a necklace? This is insanely fucking good. The only problem is that it makes my... Like, I actually have 2 dead stats on this. Of holding hands...
Here.
This is big garbage. Super garbage. 17 throwing damage. That's a lot of fucking throwing damage. Increase 47% increase to void damage. That's actually really good too. Man, like these items are really good. I don't know which ones is the goodest though. Because this gives me attack speed, and it also gives me physical skills. That is insanely fucking good. Like, this is almost big dick. Like, let me see. All right, I'm gonna try to see. All right, so hammer is at 780.
Double kill. Boys, I killed 2 of them.
Double kill.
Boys, I killed 2 of them.
Triple kill. Seth here, 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 Seth here,
Feeling good about melee hit.
Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth.
All attributes?
Here.
Shred armor, 100. Okay, let's do that. That's a good idea. Glyph of Hope. All right, big dick. Ooh. 80 fucking %? Holy shit. Okay, all right. Should I do void damage too? How are we feeling about void damage? Max it out? Okay, here we go. I can do another one. Oh. Actually, let me break some of these down. Throwing damage, okay, we got that one. Yeah, I'm gonna break this one down too. I might try to use this. I haven't decided yet.
Here.
Okay, so like right now, my damage should be fucking disgusting. Here we go. Oh, I have a level. We're gonna put more point into health, right? Yeah, more health. It's going pretty well. Those are elites. Okay, this is good. This is good. It's a lot better. I think it's a lot better too. Okay, let's see about this. This is really good now. What the... Wait, what the fuck?
No, I haven't, because Bush was streaming. I got a Kit Fox shirt.
Welcome to
Wibble,
my channel.
Wibble, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello, Pithy Baker.
Hello, bruvna.
What's up, Ford? Thank you for the follow and welcome in. Yeah, I got Kit Fox merch. It says spit on Kit.
Oh shit! I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I'm gonna show it to you. Never seen what?
You like mounted me. Oh
Yeah, she mounts you.
Oh, she go on you?
Yeah, she mounts you.
Is she a squirt?
Yeah, she's a squirter. Yeah, she's a squirter. I don't know if you noticed, but she squirts. She do be squirting.
Oh, yeah.
It's real fucked up when she does it. Yeah, she's that green squirt. Let's fucking get rid of this guy. Let's go to the other vine seat. Get out of here! What's the back? Oh my god, you're hurting me!
Wow.
When'd you quit retail? WoW? I stopped playing like halfway through the Vault of the Incarnates patch. It felt like the game got kind of it's just like it's really more than anything. I just think the game it's just so repetitive. Like you're always doing the same stuff all the time.
Ovo je prva reč koju sam te čuo, da, šta ne vidiš? Ja sam ti stavio like na video, ništa se ne desilo. Da? Nije ti listovan video, nisi ga publishovao. Samo si mi shareovao privatni link koji samo ja mogu da ga... Nije ti publishovan javno.
Ja bi morao da ga vidim na listi.
Da li imaš neki DMCA, ono kao neku muziku da si koristio neki zvuk? Pa onda... Ne, to nema veze. To bi trebalo da je public domain.
Stavio sam public i nema ga, znači... Stavio sam i shorts i ovaj i uopšte nema. Očigledno ljudima izlazi, evo 15 pregleda za 3 minuta. Znaš na što mislim, evo vama channel content.
Konfirmano, ne znam zašto je to tako. Ubagirao.
Tu bi trebao da bude prvi na listi, da vidim. Evo isto. Ja mogu da editujem kad kliknem tu na listici i edit video. I piše visibility public.
Pa, koliko ja znam, jel ti imaš onaj YouTube creator, onaj kanal? Pa imam i ja. I moraš u njemu to da uradiš. Ja mislim da si ulogovan u njemu i to tek...
Sve, isto radim sve što kao i uvijek, razumijete?
Da.
Evo, mogu da ga editujem, razumijete? Piše
Yes.
visibility public, no, it's not made for kids. No, don't restrict my videos to viewers over of 18 only. Sve normalno. Koji uvijek.
Da. Ne sam školovala. Yes. Yes, I understand. Rendere... Da, tako.
Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Lost. Welcome. Good morning. Yes, yes. No, I don't have money. La 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 la.
Take care.
Yippee. Of course you can't forge. Sorry. Where do I go? Follow the signs of combat and find Aldrich. Imperial Era Julius Heaven. Barren Aqueduct.
Way to the side, we hear a large crash, and when we return, we've caused a sandslide. Now we can use the sandslide to traverse this room in new ways, but that's not the interesting bit to me. In Tomb Raider 1, you can cause rooms to change, such as pillars to rise.
Okay.
А чего ты умер? Подожди.
Меня прострелом через дом уебали. С той стороны дома.
Искрещение соратника по команде.
чего, блядь? Да ты охуел!
Это читер. Дум-думами стреляет.
Реально?
Да. Хугет.
Я понял, ладно, хорошо. Рожать F4.
Хуесос!
Он просто сквозь дома стреляет.
Aha. Ništa.
This duo is interesting. We'll get back to them whenever all this whenever all this fighting outside happens. If it's someone cheating with my name, I've already heard about it. You can send it to me, but yes, I've already heard about it. The last time this happened, I told Crytek directly about it, and it took them, well, it was 24 hours, and they still hadn't done anything about it. So, think about it, link their profile, so it was easy. Boom, that's... Think about it, link their profile, so it was easy. Boom, that's the person. 24 hours go by. I'm streaming it the next day. People are still telling me about it. Same profile, not banned. So I had to tweet about it to get them to do something. But yeah, you can send it to me. Because I don't know who it is, or I don't know. But yeah, you can send it to me. Privately. Oh, I said privately, so... Imagine with the healthy community stuff from the loading screen should be locked there for 5 minutes to restart. Imagine. Yeah, I think you guys you remember on the dev stream we were somebody was telling me about how on the last dev stream where the dev gameplay stream where they're talking about, somebody asked about cheaters, and then David goes, oh yeah, Hunt doesn't have a lot of cheaters compared to other games. Remember that every time somebody comes into chat and says that somebody's using my name to cheat. We've gotten 4 Prestige 100 players banned, by the way. 4. That doesn't mean that they were cheating the entire time they were getting to Prestige 100. Right. Maybe they got to Prestige 100 and they got bored and then they started cheating, but yeah. Attention seekers, yeah. Or another possibility, probably a high one, is people that are jealous about how successful the subathon has been. That's probably a big factor. People see that I've had this subathon that has gone amazingly well, and people are not happy about it. Could be, but it's clearly the same person. Oh, hey, this is the, is he doing it with 2 people now? Hang on a second. He's connecting a laptop to a PS5. Really? Hmm. Hang on, is this our guy? Hold. This is our guy. I'm already gonna say that he's cheating because he's. Remember? Okay, earlier in the stream, we saw one guy that was playing with a Prestige 100 guy and they were boosting. Here, look, here's Prestige 100 guy. It's the same dude as before. Prestige 100, no weapons, so that his teammate, who I guarantee is going to start blatantly cheating right about now, he's gonna run around and kill everybody. He's got Nitro with Mosin Spitzer. Wait and look at the consumables. Look at the consumables. 11 sticky bombs, 9 regen shots, 16 ammo boxes, and 6 stamina shots. This guy's gonna run around and murder everyone in the server. Yeah, Belly, I'm Prestige 100 guy. It's the same dude as before. Prestige 100, no weapons, so that is Prestige 100 guy. It's the same dude as before. Prestige. It's not a cheat, it's an exploit. So that's not part of his cheats. Uh-oh, that one didn't work as well as he thought it would, did it? Are they taking sticky bombs to kill? To kill meatheads and bosses quickly? Nasser, what's up? Good thing he has 16 ammo boxes. How's he not banned yet? Yeah, that's an excellent question. You'd think any good anti-cheat would be able to detect. You'd think any good anti-cheat would be able to detect this right away, right? Oh, he died! Get shit on, nerd. Let's see what his teammate's gonna do. This is the oh, he's necroing it. Of course. Oh, he didn't. He stopped. His necro. So this guy, I think this guy was actually 4-star. The last time we saw him, this guy was 4-star, so he's shit compared to everybody else in the server. So he's desperate to res that. He said, "Fuck you, hacker." Who is that? Oh, we've seen this guy before. No, the other guy? No, that's us. That's us. I wonder if this guy's just gonna run away. We've seen that guy in games before. I wonder if they're just gonna leave. What do you mean, this guy just running away? Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna try to do. But you got a bounty, he might just extract. Yeah, this guy's just fucking taking off, I guess. Oh, they're chasing his ass. Other guy's still there. I thought maybe he was gonna go back to the menu. Oh, he just died as I was switching. He's gonna talk shit.
Fuck you, wake up! 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 Fuck you, wake Fuck you, wake up! 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 Fuck you, wake up!
All right, we're gonna go back to the menu, see if we can catch those guys in the next game. We're gonna go. Nice. Is the exploit itself something ban-worthy? You mean Crytek's perspective? I don't know. I don't know what their punishment is for doing that. I don't know. Yeah. You have to use it as a sub sound. New sub sound. How's it going, music? I don't know. Maybe it's just somebody that's. I don't know. I've seen that person before. The person that has that name, who was talking in game. We've seen them before. I wonder if it was randoms. Let me see real quick. It was not randoms. Good on them for fucking actually killing that guy. Oh, expensive too. I think the long ammo new rifle is gonna be. I don't know. I thought the drilling was pretty expensive. So I don't know what they're gonna do for this one. You think he's gonna be more than a Mosin over? I guess it could be. Music! Thank you for 100 bits.
I heard there was a train coming soon. Hudge bongos, Hudge shake.
We could have one. We got the cheater again. We got him again. Oh, look, he only... Oh, you know, that hunter died, so he didn't do the thing. Okay. Hype train. Music, thank you for a gifted sub. If you guys want to get a hype train going, we have to have 2 other people that sub or prime or gift a sub or give at least 100 bits. Why so many cheaters? That's, I don't know, that's just how it is. That's just how it be. Bobcat, have a good one, dude. Hydrate. Does apple juice hydrate you or no? Yeah, this guy's teammate is the Prestige 100 guy. Water it down. Oh. Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, this guy and here. This guy's his teammate. The guy that's Prestige 100 is this guy. That's the Prestige 100 guy. Music, thank you for another gifted sub. I see you're trying to get a hype train going. I appreciate it. We need two other people to gift a sub prime or give at least 100 bits. It has to be 3 different people. Any primers out there? Anybody out there got a prime? Well, we already caught these guys before, so I don't need to update it. If we run into the same people twice, then I don't count them again. Texas nuggets, dude. Actually, that's what I did eat today. Crytek uses info I show you to deal with these idiots. They have in the past, yes. Let's see where people are. Watch out. Camping in Camper Forest. At the other boss. Okay, and then our boys. So it's Camper Forest, or Camper Forest Part 2 over here. Then Blanchette, and then the other team. They know each other? Oh, these two? I mean, this duo, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Glow in the Dark Shark, thank you for continuing the sub/prime gift you got. Continuing the gifted sub you got from Cosmic. Glow in the Dark Shark, thank you so much. For us to have a hype train now, all we need is one other person to prime sub, gift a sub, or give at least 100 bits. That's it. That's it. Within 1 minute. Cool. He changed his name. Interesting. I'm gonna look at something really quick. They knew. That person knew, and they decided to leave. Seems legit. Unlimited dark sight? I don't know. I don't know if they have it. I think they just. It's not unlimited dark sight. They're cheating.
Seth, here.
No. This person's doing it super blatant. They're not gonna try to like fake dark side and try to make it seem real. Giles, what's up, dude? What do you mean, Rich? Were you in this game?
Just like for one. Here I was, hoping this would lead us closer. My life 10 times over.
How many cheaters so far? Or like over what period of time? Total? Hundreds. Your Spectre Mosin? Oh no. Need IP bans? Yeah, they don't do that. They don't do that. But I've got hundreds banned. Yeah, hundreds. Yeah, they try to downplay the cheaters as much as they possibly can. If you notice, it's crazy how much they try to minimize it as much as possible. But people like this just roam free, no problem. Even if they ban this account, they're gonna just jump on another account. No, it's not as much of a source of revenue as you might think. What happens is, say this guy gets banned, he's gonna get banned eventually. If he wants to continue cheating, he's gonna buy. What he's not going to do is make another Steam account and then buy Hunt Showdown. What he's gonna do is buy another Steam account that already has Hunt Showdown on it. And the way that account got Hunt Showdown was most likely with like stolen credit cards or some other fraudulent means, where that money is gonna get charged back and probably taken out of Crytek's account. When this person gets another Steam account that already has Hunt on it, those cost between $2 and $5. So it's very cheap, and they just, I don't know what Crytek thinks about this, because maybe they just don't even know. I don't know, maybe they're so ignorant that they just don't even know that this type of shit is happening. Some people use 2 PCs just to be able to cheat. Yeah, dude. That's the crazy part. Yep. I don't understand why you'd hack in a game like Hunt. Well, what I think, I don't know this for sure, but what I think is happening in this situation right here is I think this guy is boosting this guy, or he's making this guy a bunch of money, because I don't think this guy is cheating. He's Prestige 100. Not that Prestige 100s don't cheat. That's not what I'm saying. This guy, I think this guy is probably paying the other guy to farm the servers to get this guy a bunch of money and a bunch of weapons, because we've seen this duo I think 3 times today, and every single time this person queued in with no guns and the other guy killed everyone in the server super blatant, and this guy looted all the bodies and picked up all the guns that he wanted. So he's coming out of every game with all the bounties in the server, a bunch of kills that the other guy got, and then all the best weapons in the server. I think this guy is getting boosted by the other guy, and this guy's probably paying it. So when you say there's no point to cheat in Hunt Showdown, yeah, that's pretty much true. But people do this kind of shit where they like make this little boosting service shit. Yeah, I mean that is pathetic as fuck. I agree. But clearly, oh look, he's running over to my body. Look. He went over to my body. They ran all the way over here to go loot my body. Yeah, Swift Eye. Absolutely. That's sort of what I thought about when I watched that video that's in my Discord about cheating. It's about cheating in general, not Hunt Showdown cheating, but it goes into like more advanced cheats that are out there, and it's a ridiculous amount of effort and money. It's a lot of time, effort, and money to cheat in video games when you could be doing something productive. It's so crazy. Yeah, where there's like a VTuber talking over the whole video. It's like a 40-minute video. Yeah, that is a really good video.
Halo? Smanjio sam te jer TV si mi pustio slušam, nisam zainteresovan za reklame, tenis, Vučića i ostalo. Da, žao mi je, bijete s nadbela s dobrim mikrofonima.
I mean, they probably cheat every other way they possibly can, too.
Jesi vidio par klipa što se napravio? Pa čovjek igra na azijskom serveru, uzme ne, ovaj lik, ovaj streamer, on se uloguje na azijski server, uzme 50 HP-a skine sam sebi, u startu baci poison bombu i spektatuje meč od prve minute. Pogledaj kako ovaj gađa se spicer municiju. Zadnji lik koji je ostao na serveru uradio Alt F4. Nije ovaj uspio da gubije, čite. Lik je uradio Alt F4 i znaš, kad je vidio da si igrao oko njega. Tamo čuješ kroz zid, ovaj nije napalio bio. Bukvalno se lik sretao sa Mosin obrezom oko zgrade i kroz zid ih se probušio ko konje. Nije nevjerojatno, pa da, puca, čovjek zna da je samo bam, bam, bam. Šta je tu nevjerojatno? Imaš taj klip, imaš ako scrolluješ malo gore, vidjet ćeš onog lika što ima 11 sticky bombi i 16 kutija s municijom. Ali to nije cheat, to je bug u igre, razumeš, exploit. Da, vrlo zanimljivo.
Might have to drop something.
Another viewer. Welcome to my channel.
Priča mi je Tomislav da su im jednom bacili bili 10-ak ovih Dynamite bundlova u boss arenu. Da. Toliko brzo ne možeš ni da lutuješ čoveka, znaš. Jeste, zar ne? S druge strane dobio sam mail od AMD-a da su izašli novi driveri i onda sam kliknuo tamo, imaš features i imaš listu podržanih kako se zovu FSR 2 i FSR 3 igara. I sad imaš listu koje su trenutno podržane i imaš kao upcoming koje tek kao treba da dobiju podršku za drivere ili update. I imaš tamo i Hanshoda na listi. Podršku za FSR 2.1 ili 2.2, zaboravio sam.
Might have to drop something.
Da, vlasnik ruskog lobija. Bravo. 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 Jeli, kakva ti je jesi ti naručivao nešto sa Amazona? Jer te carina zvala da ti traži neke informacije ili tako nešto? Ne, samo je ostalo par dana kod njih dok nisu utvrdili šta je, pretpostavljam. Da. Nemoj ništa da me pitaš, ne dajem nikakve odgovore. Ne, mogu da mu skuvam kafu. Može da je donese, može da uzme ovo što imam. Možda viraš.
Ne mora da znači što plati carinu.
A boli me kurac za plaćanje carine.
Take care.
Naručio sam stvar, ta se plati, platit ću. A on će da mi sredi, da mi ne plate, a?
Da?
Završi mi to. Boli me kurac za plaćanje, hoću samo da pokupim stvar. Zvao sam ih, ali... Jebem ga, niko se ne javlja. Imam ja tracking number, piše tamo na Amazonu, zaustavljene tamo kao kod nas na carini, oni ne znaju šta je s pošiljkom, nije im vraćena, trenutno je još uvijek kao na carini u Beogradu. Piše tamo na izveštaju kao da je stiglo na carinu u Beogradu, na aerodromu i tamo je već od ponedeljka. Jes, tad si se približio.
Ja da ti kažem, to je znači vrlo blizu.
Da je vrlo blizu, a tako daleko.
A, pošto su naši carini.
Znam, revnosni, brzi i sve to.
Brzi, znači...
To će stići do nove godine.
Nemoj da se iznenadiš ako dobiš za 2 mjeseca.
Da. Ja im poslao, imaš tamo da otvoriš sajt, upravo Carine Srbije. Ja poslao pitanje, stavio email kontakta, ali... Znaš ko čita to je što sa radi stavljeno tamo.
Aha, to misliš što čita neko.
Da, dobar fazon. Samo ispazniš sanduče za poštu svakih 2-3 dana i to je to. Ko to čita. Vole ih Đoš.
Tako, Milan?
Šta hoćeš bre? Krizević, frauti, bla bla bla, don't stress out.
To je apsolutno sjaj. Jadva. Materi.
Take care.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Kaže customs clearance delay because additional import documentation is required. 9:56. Šta im sad treba tamo u Beogradu? Ne kapiram. Brate. Baš.
ne znam, brate.
Baš i možda kontakt telefon od ovih. Ja sam probao jedan, ali na taj se niko ne javlja, znaš. Zauzeti su beskonačno, čini mi se. Moment samo.
Seth.
Dobro, mali. Živ. Halo. Samo prekinu. Jebo majku. Halo. Here. Why isn't...
here. Seth.
Water to fill or drain, but you never actually see it happening. You never see the sandslide. Later on, when you unleash a lava river, you never see it moving. You never see the water rising. You see the room, then you will trigger an event while being away from the room, then you'll come back and see the room in the new state. And I suspect this was due to the visual limitations at the time. It just wouldn't be possible to show you or have you interact with real-time environmental changes. The only time you actually do see moving scenery is the boulder and the last 2 levels when you are chased by lava. But touching these kill you, which makes me think the only way they could program real-time movement, such as the boulders or the lava, is by making the asset lethal. Because trying to program climbing onto a moving object around a grid pattern move would be way too complex for the memory limitations of the time. The levels are slowly increasing in complexity and scale, and while this is fun the first time you see it, when you fail a jump or a puzzle or you fall down to the floor or the water, you've got an even longer run to get back. This level also has a lot more combat, and most of it's in very tight spaces. At this point, combat is just magic. Have enough, you will win. The overarching puzzle in this level is to find 3 lead bars scattered around and put them into 3 slots in a central room to open the final door. The lead bars are also hidden in the spring system places. It's on this roof. Why is it on the roof? This is video game logic. There is no in-universe reason a lead bar would ever randomly end up here. And now for one of the most time-consuming puzzles so far. Jumping over these flaming pillars. There's a simple premise. A few pillars over some water. The water is filled with rats, but you quickly clears that. Now walking up the first pillar stops the flames, but it only stops them for a very brief time. And up until this point, you've had time to plan your jumps slowly. If you do that here, you die. The only way to make this puzzle is to run full speed and jump from pillar to pillar without stopping. And if you do happen to be set on fire, you have to jump into the water or you'll die. I actually lost track of how many tries this took me, because you don't always jump when you press jump. Even with the game world divided into tiles, you only jump every third of a tile, and you don't always land perfectly on a tile within a third. So often you'll press jump, but you'll run off the end of a tile before your jump starts. And finally, I'm able to grab all 3 lead bars and take them to the Midas statue. This is the only time in the game you actually have to do something like this. You have to stand by an interactive object, open your menu, and use an item from your menu manually. Everything else in the game that's interactive, like a lock or a door, will open your menu automatically when you try to interact with it. But here, you've got to do it for yourself, and no one teaches you or tells you to do it. If you were a kid, chances are this puzzle would stump you for quite a while. 3 gold bars made and put into place, and now we slide to the end of the level, and from a cramped prison start to a glorious open platforming room. The first moment of seeing a new level is just such a feeling of excitement mixed with trepidation. You know it's going to be difficult, but it's going to be worth it. There's also a lever above me, and I know that levers are underwater only, so I know we're going to be messing with water levels in this level. This is also the first time I've given them multiple save crystals in one room. The platforming in this level is absolutely undeniably enjoyable, and then unfortunately you have gunfights like this. This dude starts to show up even more frequently in this level, and hey, there's some ammo on that ledge. Maybe I can jump to it. No, I can't. No ammo. But oh, when I do make the jump, it's not ammo. It's magnums, upgraded guns. Fantastic. This level so far is the best platforming. It's taken every platform element, switches, water, vertical changes, sightlines, cover, precise jumps, and it's blended it perfectly. And look at this cheeky little design choice. There's a spike trap hidden right behind a drop. You can't see it unless you look down carefully. Not today, designers. Not today. Flipping this lever fills the main room with water, but again, just like the sand, you don't see this happen. There is an immense sense of wonder, seeing a level you know now full of water. New paths open up and new enemies appear. It's like the water temple from Ocarina of Time, but not absolutely infuriating. Some hidden keys open the door to this ominous-looking arena, and now the first trick lever. Up until now, every lever was essential to finishing a level. This, however, is just a trap. Pulling the lever releases a load of lions from a nearby room. To actually finish the level, you just need to simply pull this block out and fall down a long tunnel. So now, you can't even trust levers. Starting a level underwater is always nerve-wracking because you're essentially putting the player on a timer, find air or die, and my god, I barely make it to the surface in time. And now, a really good bit of design. I climb onto this platform and trigger some dart traps, but the hitboxes on Lara and the darts are really good, meaning you can carefully edge around the tiles to avoid them. That is some top-notch hitbox design. Do I really need this shotgun ammo? You know what? I can probably do without it. New trap, angry spike doors. Man, these things just sound annoying, and you've got a split second to dodge through them before losing half your health. It seems the difficulty is somewhat ramped up. Suddenly traps are appearing a lot more, and there's a lot more med kits in this level, which isn't a great sign. Here's a bad bit of coding. You have to grab this crack in the wall and shimmy across to pull yourself up. But if the door is closed, despite having room to stand, you can't pull yourself up, because the game needs that door to be open to advance. Thankfully, the hitboxes are again so good, you can just about avoid being spiked if you fall right to the very side. This is the first and only time you will see a switch on a regular wall texture, not a switch background texture. Oh, random side note, I still have the Scion item on me. It's in my inventory. I can't use it, but I have it. It's a nice little useless thematic thing. It can go and hang out with the compass. Pushing blocks takes a while because it's slow and shooting is bad, so this puzzle about pushing blocks to let you shoot stuff is just double bad. Not today, Boulder. Not today. Oh, a second Boulder. I see. This is the level where the developers really wanted you to die. By now, we're about halfway into the game. Tomb Raider 1 was exceptional value for money, but I can't help but think they did stretch the middle a little bit thin, lengthening the puzzles with a lot of walking or failures resetting you to the very start. Slide into the cavern to a new camera angle. I do like the few times the game decides to be cinematic. It's used so infrequently, it's always special. Now, underwater navigation gets substantially more difficult when the textures of the underwater rocks look exactly the same. Look, there's a nice horse statue guarding the temple. Let's just go into the temple and Jesus Christ, what the hell? I do not remember this bit. This is the exact moment the tone of the game shifts. No longer are you fighting wolves or bats or apes while exploring interesting, fun, whimsical tombs. You're now fighting a mutant centaur made of sinew and bone who shoots exploding flesh bombs at you from their bio-cannon arm. The pulp adventure quality is gone. Tomb Raider 1 is now a horror game. You are fighting zombies in an ancient city. Have fun. When someone says Tomb Raider, you can reply, oh, the game with the mutant zombie centaur. And while they may look at you confused, you will not be wrong. Final encounter in this lavish room with the dude who's been following me. Finally kill him and take his key in the second bit of the sign. This triggers a cutscene of horrible imagery and nightmarish people. Ancient civilizations drowning or burning and people being imprisoned, and suddenly Lara knows she has to go to Egypt to find the third and final bit of the sign. So welcome to Egypt. Let's start the level with the new use of an old mechanic. This is the first time we have to stack multiple blocks up on top of each other. And doing this leads us to a dead end. What a great start. This level is the first level that will really waste your time. Don't worry, flat-faced Sphinx isn't real. Flat-faced Sphinx can't hurt you. And now more mutants. The apes and zombies wrapped in bandages are faster, stronger, tougher, and all-round worse. Tomb Raider is just a horror game disguised as a platformer. Finally, I get to climb a very small Sphinx, one of the things I've wanted to do since the start. This is also the first time in the game we get these little viewing windows, gaps big enough to look through but not move.
Welcome to
Again,
my channel.
A video game thing, because look, Lara could easily fit through there. It does, however, add a nice sense of progression. You see a later area, and then you get there and you feel you've made progress. This is combining nicely with the overall visuals of the game. The start of the game is very drab and desolate with destroyed places, and now things are looking a bit more built and cared for. I feel we're heading into the buildings of an actual society. Goddamn zombie monkeys jumping out at me and clipping me off ledges. Now in the game's defense, it hasn't actually used enemies to push me into traps yet. I'm betting this is another trick the devs realise they can use later. After the centaur, I just don't trust statues. This cat looks evil and I'm waiting for it to attack. Hey, so you know how you can jump over traps if you're quick enough? Well, sometimes the game makes you slide backwards into them, so the only way you can even see them is by dying to them at least once and using trial and error to get past them the next time. Now, I really like this, but it is a shame it's not used more. This room is dark. We flip a switch, which opens a trap door in the ceiling, and now the room is filled with light, not only opening up a physical shortcut, but also changing the lighting levels. Unfortunately, this is the only time you use light as a mechanic. The game has no darkness, which must be filled, no intense light, which must be dulled, and there's no classic adventure light puzzles. Realistic light sources aren't really a thing in this game either. Everywhere is just kind of lit enough. Please, game, stop putting combat encounters in corridors. You do not have the combat or the camera systems to make this fun. What you do make work remarkably well, though, is a sense of familiarity and progression. Back in the previous room, but now I'm higher up. Fantastic. More switches, more sliding, and another level goes down. This, unfortunately, is where the game begins to take padding to the extreme. From now on, every level has multiple block puzzles, meaning slow, tedious block moving, and multiple dead ends, meaning a lot of backtracking. And now the underwater bits have no visual signifiers or landmarks and a lot of dead ends with them, which makes navigation very hard. And there's even more goddamn zombie monkeys than one city should realistically have. Oh look, a gaming table. You know, I'm told the ancient Egyptians used to actually play a really dangerous card game about summoning ancient gods and monsters, and the loser would be cast to the Shadow Realm. This level is a tall vertical central room featuring a central column with 4 bridges attached to it, and each bridge gives access to a key that you needed in the previous level. So, I need to activate all the bridges, get the keys, and return to where I came from. And this entire level is absolutely fantastic. This is peak Tomb Raider 1. If I had to choose a level to perfectly capture the best this game has to offer, this is it. A recognisable central room, leading to 4 self-contained sections, but activating each section flows effortlessly into the next and gives you shortcuts back to the main room. And as you collect each relic, the camera cuts to an underwater door, closed the first 3 times you see it, but when you finally get the 4th relic, it opens. Every walk into a new section of this level is a sense of, here we go again. But these rooms aren't padded out. They are dense, defined puzzles with a definite start and end and a shortcut back. This is the best level in the game. Grab all 4 relics, swim into the now open underwater doors, zoom down the tunnel with the current, put all 4 relics into this pillar, open the doors, and deeper in we go. Now this level starts with 2 even harder zombies, and actually has the great touch of starting at the end. All I actually need to do is grab the scarab token from behind one of these doors and put it into the other. But to do that is going to take me quite a while. Welcome to the absolutely massive Sphinx level. Probably pushing the limits of what the PlayStation 1 could actually do. This room is huge. There is no way to see it all. The distance is just a deep black, and the Sphinx in the centre dominates the room. This is one of the most memorable levels. Unfortunately, we don't get to marvel at the Sphinx for long as we begin the arduous task of navigating the edge of the room to get to the Scarab token. If this were Uncharted or Mirror's Edge, there would be a red guiding line to follow, but it's Tomb Raider 1, so there's a load of similar looking square pillars that you might or might not need to jump to. If you said to the Tomb Raider 1 development team, I'm not sure where to go, they'd look at you and say that really sounds like a you problem. I make it all the way around the edge of the room to the very top, and the goddamn door is closed. So in this room there's 2 switches and 2 doors, and each one is a trek away, and if you don't do them in the right order, sorry, you are climbing all the way back. And when I do climb to the other side and find the actual switch, I'm attacked by a flying zombie. Tomb Raider 1, the game with flying mutant zombies. Not quite what you remember, is it? The zombie centaurs, despite being crushingly hard to kill, are now regular enemies, and yet I never even come close to running out of ammo for any gun. The game showers you with ammo. Killing the first centaur gets me the first of 2 anks. Don't know where these go yet, but I'm sure I'll find out. There is a health point kit on the pillar, so I leap, mistime the jump, and die, and I am fully aware of the irony in dying while trying to reach a medkit. Find the switch for the top door, climb all the way back, fight another centaur, and find another ank. Great, I now have 2 anks, and I don't know where they go. Now, I could just finish the level, but something's been bothering me. That graphic. I know emulators can cause graphical artifacts, but honestly, that just looks like an item floating in the air. So I line up a jump, and I go for it. And what the actual hell? The Uzis, the best weapon in the game, are just casually hanging out on an invisible platform high above a giant underground sphinx, and picking them up spawns flying zombies. So, hey, target practice. The game starts so grounded and ends up with you standing on an invisible platform shooting giant winged mutants. Now to climb up the Sphinx, which needs you to run and jump off this slanted surface, and this is the first time the game has required you to jump off the specific edge of a tile because its height is different. Up to here, it's not made a difference. Maybe the devs have realised this grid system has a few limits they can push, and being exact with the jumps means you now need to consider both your takeoff and your landing. Stick the 2 anks into the Sphinx's head, open the door into the Sphinx, head inside, and fall into something which makes my stomach absolutely drop. I hate large, open expanses of water when I cannot see the bottom, because massive sea creatures terrify me. Falling into this absolutely enormous open cavern with 2 giant underwater statues and the water dropping into blackness is equal parts awe-inspiring because of the scale and stomach-churningly terrifying because of the potential of what I can't see. The only thing keeping me feeling somewhat safe is knowing that the PlayStation 1 probably couldn't render a massive sea creature. This is the true epic scale of Tomb Raider 1, swimming all the way down into the hidden tunnel at the base of one of these statues, pulling a lever and being dragged with the current all the way to the top of the other, and then having to climb your way down to pull another switch. These set pieces and adventure moments are the lifeblood of the series. This actually loops us back round to the very start of the level, where we take on 2 powered-up zombies and a centaur. Then we unlock the inner burial chamber, slide down, and take the final third of the scion. Cue cutscene. It seems Atla has found us, and her thugs grab us, and she steals the completed scion of Atlantis from us. So to avoid being shot, we leap into the river and swim away. Thankfully, our motorbike is parked close by, so we ride through the desert, spot Atla's yacht sailing away, and ride at full speed to a jump, ramp the bike into the air, and then swim aboard, hiding in a storage box. The yacht then docks at Atla's private mines on an abandoned island, so we head inside to hunt her down. Now, personally, I found Natla's Mines to be the worst level of the game. You don't have your guns, so we need to find them, and the novelty and adventurous spirit of an undiscovered temple is replaced with a run-of-the-mill abandoned mine. It doesn't feel like you're treading any new historical ground. You're not raiding tombs. The generator room has space on the wall for 3 fuses, so now it's the same old song and dance of find 3 bits to continue, except this happens in a much more normal environment. This is less Tomb Raider and more Mine Vendetta. The roof of this small building crumbles away, and this switch activates the boat, making it drift a little, so now we can use that as a platform to reach a different room, and the adventure just doesn't feel as intense here. One of the fuses is in a room with an enemy, and we have no weapons, so we need to run, but this does actually highlight a great bit of design. When you are defenseless, you are not worried about switching to gun stance, so you're focused on exploration and outsmarting. The combat is so terrible, taking it away actually makes you feel vulnerable in a good way. One enemy is out there. He's strong, he's capable, he's fast, but we can use our superior movement to win. Unfortunately, my superior movement results in me running directly into lava, so I guess I've still got a way to go. Now for a really bad bit of design. Most doors are shut, and activating a switch opens them, but sometimes, and this took me ages to discover, they'll open if you just walk up to them. I didn't go this way. I spent ages looking for everywhere else because I assumed this door was locked. Now we need to race a boulder to reach a passage, and if we're not quick enough, you have to loop back round and try again, and the boulder resets when you do. And this is maybe the least realistic bit of the game. Look, I can go with the zombie centaurs and the flying mutants, because yes, they're fantastical, but they're still consistent. When you kill them, they stay dead. There's a foundation of stability to the mechanics, even if the mechanics themselves are fantastical. But a resetting boulder trap? That's just a step too far, because now nothing is actually physically consistent. If the world around me can't be trusted to remain the same, then what can be? This seems like something the developers thought would be cool, racing a trap, and they were willing to throw convention and foundation out of the window to make it happen. And when you finally beat the boulder and feel good about yourself, no one expects the second boulder. God damn it, game. With 3 fuses found, I can lower the storage cabin, get my guns back, and go and kill that single enemy. And now begins the platforming through lava bit. Touching the floor is an instant death, but shinnying across molten rock rivers, that's totally fine. This part needs a lot of precision, and it's been ages since the last save point, so one wrong move and I am gone. Also, I have to say this, every fibre of my gaming being is upset that shooting the big box marked TNT doesn't make it explode. I feel like I've been lied to for my entire gaming life. Ah, pressing the switch makes it explode, I see. You know, when the graphical processing power catches up, I expect Tomb Raider to let me shoot a TNT box and make it explode. And now a boss fight. Who could it be? Is it a giant demon? A battle-hardened mercenary? No. It's a kid on a skateboard wearing cargo shorts wielding dual Uzis. And the entire arena is just ramps for him to skate up and down. And when you shoot at him, he says, "You shooting at me? Are you shooting at me?" Which is a parody line from the film Taxi Driver. Who thought this was an appropriate boss? Who designed this? Kill the boss, and this looks like a boulder trap. 3 lanes coming toward me. Yep, I was right to dodge one boulder, and I even dodged the second boulder. I am a boulder dodging master. And then, god damn it game, no one expects the third one. And now the worst platforming bit so far. A very tight 3D sandstone maze. Every wall the same texture, super easy to get turned around in, and there's blocks you need to push or pull to unlock or block past as you go, and it's all closed in so the camera doesn't know what to do. And there's a pressure pad at the end which keeps closing the door, meaning you need to loop back on yourself to make progress. Look game, I can see what you were trying to do with this level, but you do not have the camera control to make this section work. Finally, another boss arena. Such a grand arena, such potential, and yet this is what it always devolves to. How anticlimactic. What the developers probably envisioned was the player running around, dodging, rolling, grabbing ammunition, reloading, but you don't actually need to do any of that, so there's no incentive to do it. Seriously, jumping up the giant gold inner pyramid to find the key to unlock it was more fun than killing the boss, and with this inner pyramid finally unlocked, we can dive into whatever Atla has discovered in her mines. A short cutscene shows Atla placing the completed Scion artifact onto a magical plinth, and the final part of the game begins. It seems that inside of the hidden pyramid is a giant fleshy womb, full of giant eggs being fed by tubes which burst into mutant zombies when we get close. You know, when you think of Tomb Raider, you don't tend to think of shooting your way through a multi-floor pulsating alien gestation chamber, and yet that is exactly what the final part of the game is. This part of the game has you fighting with zombies and the camera in equal measure. Both of them seem to want you to fail. We have everything thrown at us here. Enemies knock you off ledges into lava, underwater switches lead to timed jumping puzzles, needing strange takeoff and landing angles, but honestly, this whole place feels like a crazy nightmare DLC. This does not feel connected to the game I was playing an hour ago. The atmosphere is so stunningly different. Another room of 4 switches, opening 4 doors, leading to the spawning of 4 enemies, and then a corridor of sinew and flesh, pulsing. Everyone remembers the T-Rex. No one remembers this. Oh good, another magically looped resetting boulder trap. Some developer really liked the idea of this mechanic, so running back through this series of one-way doors resets it. You know, this was the hardest part of the game, but I have the least to say. because it's not hard in any novel way. It's just a collection of all the tricks they've used before, cranked up to 11. You've got precision jumps, enemies jumping out of nowhere, spike traps, boulders, crumbling floors, swinging blades. This is basically a greatest hits of insta-death mechanics. And then they take the vertical design to its absolute limit. This room is massive, and you are so high up you cannot even see the bottom few floors. This is also the only time we see the environment move while we are in it. Admire the lava graphics. Gonna be honest, it's not great, but it's probably the best they could manage at the time, and now I completely understand why they didn't want you to see anything move. It's because if you did, it would look terrible. Darts leading to a slam door, leading to a boulder. How is this fair? There is no way you'd know how to survive this unless you were psychic. Look, this throne room has a switch, which drops you backwards into a pit, which slides you into a spike trap. They knew exactly what they were doing when they built this level. They were killing the player. That's what they were doing. And now one of the coolest encounters. This room has 2 powerful zombies and 1 really strange zombie. I shoot at it, and as I do, I stop shooting it and I look, and it's me. This is one of the weirdest puzzles. You need to kill your zombie doppelganger, and they mirror your movements. The room is also a giant reflection of itself. If you look, you'll see the ledge that you fell in from has a duplicate on the other side. So we need to find a way to make our doppelganger run into something dangerous on one side that's not there on the other. This also is as close as you're going to get to the naked Lara code. So to kill the doppelganger, open the lava pit trapdoor on one side, then walk to its mirror location and the zombie will fall in. This gets us to the inner sanctum, and I make a major mistake. There are 2 switches on very tight timers on the opposite ends of the room. You have to open the doors, lower the bridge, and then run. And here, I mess up. I run across the bridge, and then I stop and wait on the bridge. But I've been writing, so the timer has been running down. And then in my haste, I've used the emulator's save state feature, and I have saved exactly when the bridge has just opened, meaning I have soft-locked myself into a death loop. I've not been using the in-game save crystals because I've been using the emulator's save states. God damn it. You know what? I guess this serves me right. This means I am forced to endure what millions of gamers in the 90s were forced to endure. I have to get all the way back here, and I saved hours ago. It is my own fault, I accept the consequences, and I get all the way back. And then I run into another problem. Annoyingly, when I reach the doppelganger fight for the second time, it has somehow glitched and fallen into the floor. But it's also not dead, so I can't advance, and shooting it kills me. So I need to reload again and get back here again and hope it works properly. And finally, after a few wasted hours, I actually make it inside the last room. I grab the scion from the plinth and we get the full plot. Natla was one of the 3 leaders of Atlantis. She saw the other 2 as weak, so she used her share of power to create a huge mutant, rapidly evolving human army in a giant gestation temple, and then attempted to invade the world. She actually caused the catastrophes we saw in the flashback. The other 2 leaders then used their power to lock her away in a cryo chamber, and the explosion at the start of the game unearthed her. She then spent years building up a mining empire just to excavate the original Atlantean tomb again, and hired Lara to find the 3 pieces of the scion so she could reactivate
Melanie
her
Jam.
mutant-making machine.
Welcome
her and
to my
Lara
channel.
talk, Lara goes to shoot the scion to stop its mutating powers, and Natla leaps in the way and plummets down to her doom, and knocks to the final platform for the pinnacle of Atlantean mutation. We fight a giant mutated torso. And when this fight begins, I leap dramatically to the side and discover the platform has an edge. The actual fight itself is quite disappointing. All you need to do is circle strafe while firing the Uzi for about 500 bullets. I've got thousands of bullets, so this isn't difficult, it's just time consuming. And thankfully, this isn't the end. There's one final part of the game left, a no-holds-barred platforming gauntlet of death. Here is where your skills get put to the test. Zigzag jumps over lava, boulders coming out of nowhere, most of which will kill me. Eventually, we get back to the pedestal, we shoot the scion, and we run. The lava of the inner sanctum bridge has hardened, so we drop down a hole in the floor and shimmy along this flesh wall. And why are there darts here? What would they be shooting at? What are they protecting? This makes no sense. You've just put darts here to annoy the player, and you can't time your shimmy to avoid, so you have to tank the damage. And when you
Welcome
finally
to my
get to the
channel.
end, you drop down, you are sliding backwards into the insta-death lava. The only way to survive this is to have already died to it once and know that it's coming. Oh, you are having a laugh game. Sliding surfaces, crumbling floors, lava, swinging blades, and I need to time it correctly? Oh, come on. Oh, and spike pits. That's basically every trap. All you're missing are the boulders. Oh, good, I spoke too soon. There they are. They even leave a med kit on the floor to trick you. If you stop to pick this up, you die, because there's a boulder right behind you. I completely lose track of how many times I die on this section. There's even a bit you need to run toward a boulder and drop into a pit so it passes over you. Look at this. A running leap onto a broken platform past a swinging blade leading into another instant leap into a hidden room. This is the sort of insanity the grid design allows. Eventually, we reach the final room, an open cavern with rising basalt pillars, and we fight a winged mutant Natla. She fires exploding balls of flesh at us, either in a machine gun spread or a spread of 3. And when we finally kill her, she gets up for round 2. So we pump her full of lead to put her down for good. We climb the edges of the room, leap from pillar to pillar, scramble to the top of the pyramid, and slide down the grand exit and watch the final cutscene. The temple explodes, Lara hijacks Natla's boat and rides off into the sunset. The credits then show us Lara wearing normal clothes. So finally, after 10 hours of fun puzzle solving and adventure, and 3 hours of tedious repetition, and so many deaths, I stopped thinking Tomb Raider 1 is finished. Was it any good?
Oh my
Tomb Raider 1 is a collection of excellent platforming mechanics focused on slow and methodical precision jumping and climbing. The grid system means you are always aware of distance, and most platforming deaths are your fault. The levels are visually impressive and loop nicely back to densely pack the adventure in. However, it is let down by the clunky combat mechanics leading to
Off to postal office. BRB.
Seth.
Oh.
Here. Seth. Here.
Okay. Yes.
Tu! Aj pričaj sad sve što ja tu. Pa šta? Pa šta ako igraš? Tu do destiće uta. Ne znaš? Tu do da. Siguran da si puta. A? Kako je zabo YouTube ovo sve. Milan?
Marksink. Welcome to my channel. Azamramayu. Welcome to my channel. Sophia. Welcome to my channel.
Finally. What was I saying?
Giants, a computer system built for terrorists, keeping self-aware.
Ja sam tvoja čokolada, moja marmelada i da nema ono kada ja bih te ljubio.
Marmeljad? Ima neki marmeljad tu.
Malo.
Evo, Tomislav te nešto pita kad se to bljuvotine. Tomasini te nešto pita. Tomasini.
Oh. It looks creepy. Sam ja to snimio. To ti je, ako se varam, Oh my god. What the fuck? Delete. What the hell? The hell? Wow. Mosin špricer. U šta je čak gađao? Evo.
Prestige 100 guy, it's the same dude as before. Prestige 100, no weapons, so that his teammate, who I guarantee is going to start blatantly cheating right about now, he's gonna run around and kill everybody. He's got nitro with Mosin Spitzer. Wait and look at the consumables. Look at the consumables. 11 sticky bombs, 9 regen shots.
11 sticky bombi, 9 regeneracija, 16 ammo boxova.
16 ammo boxes and
oh la la. Oh la la, my ding ding dong. Oh la la, my ding ding dong. La la u. Pa da. Kako nisam vidio. Sasvim logično, čovjek je vjerojatno tamo. Da, tu. Jest. Tvoj stream. Pa da. Kako nisam vidio? Sasvim logično, čovjek je vjerojatno tamo. Da. Tu. Param pam param pam param pam param pam.
Fights being more irritating than exciting, and the camera cannot handle closed-in spaces, which a lot of the puzzles use. I'd say there's a solid 10 hours of adventure stretched into 15 hours of gameplay. There's a lot of backtracking and repetition if you fail. The insta-kill traps are second half of the game. It starts full of whimsy and wonder and quickly becomes brutally unforgiving and tedious in places. The plot goes from light-hearted adventure romp in sandy places and unexplored caves to full-on insanity of magical ancient undead creatures and immortal super beings bent on world domination. It did the best it could with what it had, and it mostly succeeded. The platforming is fine, but the combat needs improving. I think the ambitions of the development team surpassed the processing power of the time, but they had a to build on and a main character the world admired. The stage was definitely set for Tomb Raider 2. So to end the review, I will award Tomb Raider 1
Right, now I'd better take off these wet clothes.
out of 10. Cheers for watching. Thank you again to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who allow me to make longer form.
Up after 4, they can turn it off after 5, but because they want to make more money, they keep streaming. And then they want to get up here and then complain about how hard it is. You're literally choosing it. That's like you do it for money and then complaining it hurts. Today's tough.
I would respond to that. I'm gonna let them get into that in the video because this is obviously just like a preamble, and so we'll let them get into it.
Our favorite socialist is getting in trouble.
Here we go.
Hamas or Pico?
Audio is audio bad? Okay, that's right. Sorry.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Shut that shit off, please. Shut up.
Come on, just keep listening.
Oh my god.
What?
So a nurse is not that doesn't have a real job?
You know what? According to the sound, people took them out of context. So let's see the full video.
Okay, yeah, here's the whole video. We'll watch the whole video.
No. Social.
Che passa? Che passa? Ma ti sei terminato... Le terminatore.
Battery wise, unless you're in retail, fucking retail, it's very different. You're out of touch. I'm gonna die, dude. There's motherfuckers who are accountants in here, and they're misunderstanding what I'm saying. A real job does not expend your social battery in the same way as someone who did a sales job, a real job, okay? I'm telling you, as someone who did both, 9 hours of constant performance and people-pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do physical labor. It would not bother me. But I can't do more social shit. That's my point. There are obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people-pleasing jobs would be very similar. Those are like, I think, customer service type shit. But like if you're an accountant or if you're even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than like constantly having to do this for 9 hours. with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours. That's what like sucks your social battery, and you just tap out after it. Yeah, think about it this way. Like, you give presentations for your job, right? Imagine giving a presentation for 9 hours straight. It's like, after a while, you'd be like, I don't want to talk ever again.
That's the context. I don't know what jobs you worked at, but it seems like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're saying people that
I can talk from my perspective. Whenever I worked at the IRS, I think that was less socially draining than streaming. I think that, like, obviously, whether a job is harder or not, it's so hard to say whether a job is harder or not. Because, like, for example, a lawyer obviously works very hard, or at least some of them do, right? But are they working physically harder than a construction worker? No, they're not. Absolutely not. So whenever you look at which job is harder to do, you have a number of different, like, kind of spectrums, right? You have, like, is something difficult physically? Is something difficult mentally? Is something difficult emotionally, right? So you have these different spectrums, and then there's also, is something difficult, like, in terms of the level of, like, expertise or education that you need to have, which I think goes into mentally, but it can also be its own spectrum as well, depending on what the job is. I think that any reasonable person would say that, obviously, being a streamer is not very taxing physically. It's clearly not. And I think for a lot of people, it's not very taxing mentally either. I think streaming is a great job, and I would rather stream than have any other job in the world. There are obviously negatives that exist with streaming, but those negatives don't outweigh the positives. Your lowest level form processor worked at the IRS. Stop talking like you worked actual full-time jobs. Well, if you work for the tax season, you can work full-time because you just come in every day. They hire you and you can work overtime as much as you want. Also, if you're a low-level form processor, then that's also a job. So what you're saying is that now and I think this is a problem that, like, people have. They get emotionally attached to the virtue of work rather than actually talking about what really they're doing and looking at it from a more pragmatic perspective and trying to see it from the perspective of another person. I'm not interested in, like,
MYK.
your, like, virtue analysis of
channel.
whether one job is better than another job. But what I'm saying is that there are some jobs that are more and less mentally taxing or emotionally taxing. Like, for example, I bet being a police officer is more emotionally taxing than being a streamer. As I've said, I think being a police officer or a nurse, for example, imagine being like an EMS person. I think that's harder than being a streamer in, like, every single context, other than maybe you don't get swatted, right? There may be a few other things. So, of course, there are jobs that don't fit inside of that spectrum and that are harder on all different spectrums. But being a nurse and being an EMS worker, being a cop, isn't the only job. Yeah, you're the ones doing the swatting. Yeah, you're the ones showing up. Okay, so let's continue. But I just wanted to make sure that, like, that's my perspective going into this. The big difference is the monetary difference between other jobs and being a streamer. Being paid a lot of money doesn't make problems go away.
Regrets.
Being paid a lot of money makes it
Welcome to
easier
my
to deal
channel.
with problems. There's actually studies that have been done on this, and I can show you the graph. I'll do it now because I think people are going to disagree, because for a lot of people, and this is really the reality here, is that I'm preaching to a very tough audience, arguing my point of view, because for the majority of people that are watching me and disagreeing and getting angry, the biggest problem in their life is money. So for them, the idea that you can't, like, that money isn't the problem, well, this is going to very much upset them, because they look at it from the perspective of, like, well, if I had money, then this would totally solve all my problems. And I think if you work at many jobs, that's absolutely true. And I want to show that with a graph. So let me go ahead and do that. These are some graphs right here that I can show. And these are studies that have been done over the years with a number of different people. And basically what you see happening is that, especially whenever you're reaching, you know, again, into this, like, leading up to, like, $200,000 a year, more money will absolutely make you more happy. Absolutely it will, 100%. But that does not necessarily mean that more money infinitely will just make you more and more happy. And that's the perspective that I'm making. That's the point that I'm making. But if you're making, let's say, $40,000 a year, I want to make it very clear. Money will buy happiness. If you make more money, assuming that you're living in a first world country, right? And, you know, some people, I think 40,000 is a lot of money. But this graph, I think, proves my perspective on things. That obviously, yes, making more money matters, but it does fall off. It has a diminishing return. And this is reflected in many different graphs. Mean happiness for income bands. There's one right there. It actually goes down. I mean, that's, again, I think this is a personal problem here. But you can see very clearly, especially leading up to $100,000, yeah, there's a soft cap, right? And so this does happen. You're conflating happiness with problems. Yes, I think that people with less problems are generally more happy, and I think the ability to deal with your problems will lead you to becoming more happy. I do think that's true. Yes. And I do think that in general, like, we're talking about mean happiness. And so, yeah, I would say so. So you agree? I agree to an extent. Like, I don't know about this. Like, this is kind of a weird topic, and I could get into it, but I don't know if there are more or less problems that money can solve. But I don't think it really matters. I think that a lot of people's problems are internal. But in general, especially if you're, like, poor, I do think that money will solve your problems. But money will probably not solve all of your problems. And I think in the same concept, it's like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? The pyramid. I think that once people have some problems that become solved, then they will then create new problems that then they will get upset about and then want those problems to be solved as well. I think this is the human condition. And it happens with a lot of people. So as soon as somebody has... you know, they get to a certain, you know, income cap, they start making a certain amount of money, they're happy for a while, and then they become unhappy again. Because I think, again, you know, it's an internal problem, and I could go back and forth about that. Bro, my house burned down on Valentine's Day. More money would solve my problem? Well, do you think that I'm like, I wonder, like, whenever I said that, do you think that I was talking about your situation? Do you think that I was referring to the fact that your house burnt down? Of course I'm not talking about your situation. There are a lot of, like, I mean, again, this is what I'm talking about, like, with a dishonest interpretation of things. And I think it's more than not dishonest. It is something that people are intentionally misunderstanding. So this is a person who's unhappy about what I said. What have I said that you think you've typed it 7 times now? Thank you for numbering them. Now I can read it. So what part of what I said is inaccurate? Like, most of the guys here that watch my stream and that watch my content, like, we're like 30. I don't want to have to treat people like 15-year-olds. I just want to talk about real shit and have honest conversations. And I'm not going to mince words or try to avoid certain topics because I know that might trigger some people that are, like, emotionally unstable. So what about this, the part where you've been defending being rich for days now because of a bad take you said years ago? What did I say that was inaccurate? What did I say? Because it's like, it seems like it would be easy for you, right? Watching now for
blatantly cheating right about now.
Okay.
Blatantly cheating right about now. He's gonna run around and kill everybody. He's got Nitro with Moses Spitzer.
Okay,
Wait
so
and look at the.
So what part of what I said was wrong? Is it just me, or all the worst takes come from chatters who are fairly new or new followers and subs? Yeah, that's because the old ones have gotten banned, and the new ones haven't gotten banned yet. That's why. I mean, it seems to me like you've been watching for... Actually, I mean, no, you've typed this like fucking... Jesus, man. Like, did it really upset you? That much? Did it really upset you that much? I mean, it seems like it would be very easy for you to explain what I said that was inaccurate. Now, I think the reason why... Oh, no, you just typed. Okay, let me read it real quick. I saw your name. You literally think it's more stressful to be rich than to be poor. Okay, well, I guess I can respond to you very quickly and just get this out of the way. No, I don't. Does that help? You quit your job to go up in your room and stream, so you didn't have to do regular shit jobs. So when you're in the position of all set up and claim us regular folk have better work life, it's upsetting. I don't think that anybody's talking about whether they have a better work life or not. I think that it's very... I mean, there's like a million different kinds of jobs, and I'm sure, like, for example... like working in some jobs is like infinitely more like stressful than like working in other jobs, for example. Sure. Like, I don't think you can really make a blanket statement one way or another. Like, now that I've explained my perspective here, do you have anything else to say? Because we've gone off on such a tangent. We're 2 minutes into the video, guys. 2 minutes into the video, we're already doing this. Were you not trying to argue that when someone makes more money that they have more stress than when they didn't make as much money? Whenever I was making $4 grand a month, I was a lot more happy than I am now making less than $1 grand. Okay. Well, number one, you need to get off my fucking stream and start figuring out your fucking money, all right? I understand this might not be a popular thing to say, but you gotta figure out your fucking money if you're making less than $1,000 a month, man. Like, get your shit together. And trust me, there were many times I was in this position too. Okay, like, let's just be fucking honest. I'm going to address what you're saying in an honest way. No.
Here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, 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 here. Here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here. Here, Seth, here. Seth, here, Seth, here. Here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here.
Okay, reloading. Remember. Literally. Shouldn't have said anything. Serpent, serpent. That ain't good. Oh. I don't know where this guy's partner went. I don't know where that guy's partner went. Oh. And they're just chilling. Alright, well. Going at these guys. I kinda don't want to. Holy fuck! Dip. Expensive. How do you feel about dipping? More nades. More nades. Oh, I'm dead. How are they getting all these throwables? Sounds expensive. Nade. How do you feel about dipping? How do you feel about dipping? They just threw more. More nades. Oh, I'm dead. How are they getting all these throwables? Dude, this has to be an exploit. Res. More bees. Dude, this is an exploit. It has to be. friendly fire bees. Can we leave? Can we leave? Well. I didn't have any choice. So yeah, I want to watch the clip and count the amount of bees, and I want to message them. Oh, they're fucking Xbox. It's You Better Run 100 and East Side Alien. That was at least 15 bees.
Seth here, 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 here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here.
Unequivocally, period, no, this is not what I am saying. See, that I can't argue with. You're right, but even if you abandon us, don't worry about it. Like, but can you please just try to listen to what I'm saying? Like, I really wish that you guys sometimes would just listen to what I'm saying before you just start spamming and getting mad. For a lot of people, money is such a big problem in their life that whenever they hear anybody say anything that is even adjacent to money isn't a problem, it immediately, and I'm not trying to be mean, but it unironically triggers them. And so they stop thinking about what's actually being said, and they start arguing against something that they've heard before. They get emotional about it. And I understand that. I've been in that position myself. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I ever said. I'm not going to ban you. I think that you understand my perspective. If we're going to stealth ban him. No, we're not. Yeah, no, and that's the problem, is that I think people misunderstand it because they get immediately upset at the concept of it. And so they stop thinking about it. And they just start typing or just going. Okay, let's go back over here.
You're not doing a people-pleasing job. Sometimes the people that you have to please in your job are your bosses. Or co-workers.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're doing those jobs and they are the one that are draining you. Your co-workers.
He's exactly right. He's totally right. But I think that he also is agreeing with what my perspective is, because he's using the word sometimes. Sometimes that's the case, sometimes it's not. It depends on the job.
Your definition of what a client is very limited. A client can be someone from outside of your work, comes into your work, and then you have to serve them. But a client can also be other departments of your job that depend on your position. That's considered a client.
And that's people pleasing. When you have to work with other departments and have to bend over backwards to just make sure no problems exist, you are people pleasing.
If every 6 months you have to have a report, and you're not dealing with people outside of your work, you're just dealing with people inside of your work. And every 6 months, your boss meets you and it's like, yeah, we're gonna see how you're doing at the job. You have to please your people, which are your bosses and whatever standards that there is in the company.
Here's the truth.
Well, yeah, of course you do. I mean, that's the way anything would work. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that having a performance review is definitely very different than talking for a living. Like, there's like a different type of stress that creates. And that's what I was talking about with like different spectrums. So like, yeah, he's totally right that you always have to please people because people give you money. Like if you look at like having a job as an abstract, we stop comparing streaming to other careers. Well, I think that there's comparisons to be made. There's comparisons not to be made. If that's upsetting to you, I think that you're emotionally invested in this argument and you're not really interested in talking about it. I'm just trying to talk about this, that's all. If this is upsetting for you, then that's not my problem. Obviously, it's not the same as any other, like no job is the same as any other job. Well, very few jobs are the same as any other job. But of course there's similarities between that. You ever had a real job for a long period of time? I mean, it depends on what you define by long, right? Not for more than 5 years and not consistently for more than 2 years. No. I never wanted one.
About our favorite champagne socialist, okay? He comes from one of the richest families in Turkey, okay? He's incredibly wealthy. He's always been from a wealthy family. And so this trust fund baby goes on to be a very successful streamer and makes it. You don't really know about this hard work life. That's why a lot of these dudes who before the people never come from backgrounds that are...
I do think that Hassan owns his success, though. It's not like somebody else gave him that success. I think that Twitch is actually one of the most free markets, and YouTube is the same thing. I think that Twitch and YouTube are some of the most free markets in the entire world. And I'll explain why I think that. So, there are a lot of people, Young Turks. I understand you've typed this a few times. How many views do the Young Turks get on Twitch? Because they used to have a Twitch channel. As far as I know, they don't anymore, but they got like 100 or something like that. They don't get that many. Hassan gets a lot more views than the Young Turks do. So why is it that Hassan gets that many more viewers? Do you think Twitch is meritocratic? I do think that Twitch is meritocratic. I think that Twitch and YouTube is probably one of the most meritocratic places on the entire internet. I genuinely believe that. And here's the reason why I believe that. It's because every single one of you, the viewer, are the market on Twitch. You are the viewer. You make the decision who is popular and who's not. And you make the choice. And you can make any choice that you want for who you want to watch. And if enough people make the same choice, that person becomes successful, whether Twitch, I mean, unless they get banned, right? Whether Twitch likes it or not. Whether other people like it or not. There's a lot of people who, you know, were very angry about, like, Kai and, like, for Aiden Ross. Like, Aiden Ross got shit on by everybody on Twitch. But because Aiden Ross was entertaining for his community, people came over and they watched him. And the reason for that is because it's a meritocracy. It's because if you put in work and you get noticed, you can succeed even though other people don't want you to. And so I do think that Hassan does own his success because he put in the time to succeed on Twitch. He streamed on Twitch. People every single day choose to tune in to watch Hassan. Every single day people choose to do that. What freer market can you possibly think of than that? Very hard to start if you're poor, though. You often don't have the time to stream. There's a lot of difficulties, and we can talk about that too, for sure.
Actually, of the people. He is top 1% today.
He is.
And even back then when he was part of his family, he was top 0.1% in Turkey. The truth about Hassan, him talking about work and everybody misunderstanding and they're being really stupid and low IQ when they listen to his responses, this is just a brat who's always been a bit rich brat. And he's talking about real jobs like he has the experience, but he doesn't. And he's not the only one.
I'm not sure what he's done.
Because Asmongold.
Thank God.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Here we go. It's all about me. All right, now we get to the good content.
React to this.
I did.
actually like Asmon. I
Thank
think
you.
Asmongold is cool.
I appreciate it.
Even if he looks homeless every day.
Wow.
He is my favorite homeless millionaire streamer. This has been my opinion observing most streamers and content creators.
Thank you.
Most of them are completely out of touch with reality.
So people are getting mad. It's a bad take. What's it a bad take of? He says that he gets exhausted socially because he's talking to people for 9 hours a day. You really think that's... You really think that's not true?
That's not what he said.
I mean, you really think it's not true?
That's not the only thing that he said. He didn't say that
He's right. He's right. That isn't the only thing he said. So, like, you know, like in video games where, like, you have, like, critical strike, haste, mastery, you know, hit rating, and all of the different stats that, like, accumulate in...
Šta ti uvijek kupiš nešto i sve ostaviš gore? Šta će mi? Šta će? Ja uzimam za svoju guzicu, šta? A i za svoje i za naše. Par konzerve riba. Ali sad ima jeftini na pijaci, ali... Ja je to otišao na pijacu.
Anyway.
Into damage? Okay. Well, let's say the DPS that that the job of streaming does to you is lower than the DPS that a job of a police officer does to you, or the DPS that like a nurse does to you. But that doesn't mean that maybe streamers might have a higher crit rating in their situation. So I'm not saying that, of course, everything that Hassan said in the clip is completely accurate, but I'm saying that from his own personal experiences it is, and I don't think that anybody can really go and take his own personal experiences away from him. You mean parry rating? Yeah, sure.
He's drained because he's working 9 hours a day and he's talking to people for 9 hours a day.
Yeah, for sure.
I can understand that.
Yeah,
I can understand the fact that you're going to be drained.
100%.
He said that his job is more draining than any normal job.
Yeah, and I don't think that that's really what Hassan was trying to say, because he was really talking about, and like also like I don't like, because I've watched Hassan for years. I've known Hassan. I've talked to Hassan. I don't think that's really what he thinks. Now maybe he should have said it in a way that was better, but I don't think that he thinks that. So, like, we can talk about the way that he communicated that, and if it could have been communicated in a better way, sure. But I'm talking about, like, what the intent was behind the communication. I don't think, like, if you asked Hassan, do you think that you work harder than a doctor that works in an emergency room on residency? I think that Hassan would say no. I do, or I really think that he would say no. So, like, we can have a conversation about, like, taking things, like, just super direct. But I think that if you look at the context of what he was talking about, he was referring back to, like, a job that he had, and he was talking about, like, his own personal experience with it, rather than all jobs. But these guys are right. I mean, they're right that, yeah, he did say that. I think that it was very clear in my mind that wasn't what he intended.
Excluding retail, to be fair.
And life doesn't work like that. Nope. If he just had said, my work, what I do right now, is extremely draining, you would have just said that. I would have been like, yeah, my man.
But what did he say?
But you said that your job is more draining than any normal real job. No. fucking no, my guy. It doesn't work like that. The world doesn't work like that. Nothing works like that. But what you're gonna...
Yeah, and I think that they're right. I do. I don't think that Hassan meant it that way. And after listening to the clip, I think that it's kind of obvious that he didn't mean it that way. You can read his mind? No, it's not that I can read somebody's mind. It's that I'm interpreting what the person is saying in a way that is, I think, generous and authentic to what the intent of the words are. You're being generous? I think that it's important to be generous to another person's perspective. Yeah, I try to interpret everything that people say in good faith, because if you don't do that, I feel like everybody is going to make, like, you know, like, verbal mistakes. He has a massive track record of saying retarded shit. So do I. I think that anybody who streams that long has a massive track record for saying retarded shit.
You're gonna include nurses? You're gonna talk to me about people in the forest?
Yeah, but they're saying socially doesn't drain their battery.
It could! You're dealing... What are you talking... I know, you trolling. You just trolling.
But I think his point is that a lot of these people who work in these kinds of jobs after work, they like to go out. They like to go out, grab beers. Yeah. You know what I mean? Accountants will do that, but then...
That's not everybody. That's a couple of people. And if it was so, the city would be filled with... Happy hour would be every day. Happy hour is on Thursday. It would be filled with people every night. Now, some people, they go home. You know why they go home? Because after they go to work, even if they don't feel like it, they got families to attend to. And they got to do that.
Yep.
That is so out of touch. That is stupid take.
All right.
And him backing...
Let it play for a little bit, and then we'll go.
Then after you spend 9 hours being investigated by thousands of people with every facial movement, everything you say, every word, with people constantly trying to disagree with you and fight with you, that's not emotionally, or sorry, like socially draining. It is exhausting. This is totally understandable.
Do you want to know the biggest privilege these guys got? What? They choose to stream 9 hours.
100%.
They literally can turn it off after 4. They can turn.
This is always the weakness, and the thing is that he's right, but at the same time, I don't think that he is right. So, I think the mindset that he has is accurate, but at the same time, these guys probably, I can guarantee you that there's probably a lot of times that these guys make videos and they're like, I don't really feel like making a video today, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't feel like doing this right now, I'm gonna do it anyway. And the reason why is because it's their job, and that's what you do whenever, I mean, these guys really, what they have is they own their own business. That's really what it is. So, of course, you always have the luxury of being able to take time off, but whenever you're not out there competing and putting yourself out there, other people are, and you know how, so, I mean, especially with, like, social media, right? Like, you have to be posting all the time. And of course you can take time off. Absolutely. But there is a risk to taking that time off. And I'm not saying that it's not a privilege to be able to do that, but what I am saying is that it doesn't come with a cost.
Turn it off after 5, but because they want to make more money, they keep streaming. And then they want to get up here and then complain about how hard it is. Who here gets to choose their fucking hours at work?
Not a lot of people.
The fact that you guys even have the gall to compare yourselves to regular people when your extra hours of labor are rewarded with more and more money is insane.
Well, I think most people get paid overtime, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, if anybody is working extra and you're not being paid for that, you're not getting paid overtime. Not salary? Oh, yeah, that's definitely true. But if you're being paid hourly, you do get paid extra. No, you dumb fuck? No, that... So, if you're being... And also, like, I don't know about the country you're in, but, like, if you're in the U.S. and you're being made to work over your hours that you're supposed to work, you need to file a complaint, and you can maybe have a lawsuit, and then you wouldn't have to work, and maybe you could have time streaming. That's illegal. So yeah, not everyone can afford a lawyer, bro. You're still out of touch. So what you're saying is that because some people can't afford a lawyer, and they can't get anything done, actually, by the way, to be fair, if this was actually true, any lawyer would take this case pro bono, which means that they would take it for free, and then just take a percentage of the settlement money, because they would know that they could win this case very easily and get millions of dollars from the company. So that's actually not true, and it's not logical. And you could easily talk to any lawyer and figure this out immediately. So it's, again, just people that don't understand the topic at all. It's called contingency case. Yeah, of course. And I work 80 hours for 2 weeks, and I go to overtime because I know it'll make my check much bigger. So I keep going to make it more than 80. Yeah, exactly. And so that's generally what happens. And I think that if you are working more and you're not being paid for the amount of time that you're working, you're being taken advantage of. And if you're working an hourly wage and that's happening to you, you need to contact a lawyer and you need to file a lawsuit. And I guarantee you that the money that you're going to make from that lawsuit will vastly outweigh the money that you're not going to make from that job. Like these are like, I'm talking like 7-figure lawsuits, 8-figure lawsuits that these companies have to pay out if this happens. Like, for example, Walmart had this problem in like the 2010s. Like, it was like somewhere around, it's actually the year 2010. Yeah, that's the way it is. And so, enough, it's a small business that you're suing. Yeah, there are always going to be exceptions, but I think in a general sense, this is true. And in a general sense, if you do work more, you will be paid more, right? For most jobs and most ethical jobs. Are there unethical jobs that take advantage of you? Absolutely. Is that the norm? I don't think that's the norm. Enough time? Lawsuit's going to pay a bill. So does anybody have an argument about why that's not true? So is there any form, I believe that there is a form of compensation that people do have to be paid with a salary as well if they're working overtime. Is that true entirely? I don't really entirely know every single law about this. I work salary and I get paid 2x my pay if I work overtime? Yeah. So there are some people that do have that, some people that don't. And so, yeah, there's somebody, for example, that's a good example. Yeah. You could argue if a large company is not paying or doing it properly, overtime would be a class action lawsuit. Well, of course it would be. Yeah, absolutely. Difference is your millionaires that decide to work more because you want to. Well, what would it matter? Why would that matter? So if I'm talking about, so for example, like if I'm talking about, and I think this is really what the problem is that people have with this topic, is that people are unwilling to accept that anybody that makes a lot of money is allowed to have any problems with their job. And I think that that's just generally the reality. It's that people are not willing to accept, and they are not sympathetic, and they don't care about what a person who's making a lot of money is having. And I don't think that any actual logical investigation into my perspective will reveal me being wrong. And I invite anyone out there, any content creator that wants to farm views, please logically investigate my position and then provide the ways that I am inaccurate in what I'm saying. I have no problem putting myself out there, because that's, see, the thing is, like, I don't have a problem with people making videos about this or getting mad about this or anything, because I do think that I am logically right. I think that what I am saying is true. And while there are the existence of jobs that do take advantage of people, these jobs are generally seen as being very, very bad, oftentimes illegal, and there are lawsuits that happen all the time. And also, I think that there are a lot of people that whenever they do work over, how many of you guys get overtime? Okay, so that's my point. So again, I have no problem with people saying that I'm wrong. I have no issue with that. And I invite anybody who thinks that I am incorrect in my analysis of these things to express themselves and explain how. I don't have a large ego about this position, to be honest with you. I think that I'm right, but if somebody provides, like, evidence, then I will reevaluate what I think. You go on stream, speak on react on super controversial topics, and complain about it being draining because you're arguing with thousands of viewers. Well, yeah, it is draining. Of course it is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course it can be draining. But I still show up every day. And also, like, when was the last time, like, I really complained about my stream? I feel like I've pretty much stopped doing that. When do I complain about my stream? Today? Really? You think that I haven't complained about it at all. No.
Che cosa? Buonasera, signorita. Buonasera.
Alyssa. Welcome to my
Alyssa,
channel.
play country roads. Da?
Traži neke dodatne papire za carinu.
Ma, bio sam u poštu da pitam, kaže mi čovjek da je to normalna procedura da ti gnjave pošiljku, da stoji jedno nedelju dana, dve tamo kod njih na carini, pa ti pošilju Suboticu na jedno dan, dva, pa ti Subotice... Je to kao normalno. Dokumentacija. Ne znam kakva je dokumentacija treba za 2 DDR stika memorije. Nisam uvezo Golfa 4. Idioti. Kompletni idioti. Yes, yes, yes.
Ja ne mogu da radim, ne mogu.
Ja ne mogu. Ja ne mogu.
Ja ne mogu.
Ja nie могу.
Невозможно. Невозможно родиться.
Не можно работать.
Невозможно родиться.
Сегодня.
Я не успею очень столько.
Danas ti je сегодня.
Не успею очень клёво.
Какой? Ой.
koje su platili za tracking number, onda ima komedi. Veliki mora da se mnogo Amazon ti priznaje do $350 bez istrage. Da li se ti posle više neće niti poslati.
To bi on uradio. To me ne zanima apsolutno.
Kolega s posla je uzeo, preko Amazona je uzeo 700 XT za €270. Stigla mu je i onda je klikao praznu kutiju, kao stigla mu praznu kutiju i poslao, mi smo se poslali super dan u vratili stvari. I ugasili mu nalog. Devojka mu radi na Amazonu i devojka mu rekla €350 bez istrage, vrate i ovdje tako. Ali te posle stave na crnu listu i neće ti ništa poslati.
Poslaće ti kurac. Tako da...
Kontaš, moj Milane, kontaš. Milane.
Country roads take me home to Nemoj ti da se brineš, ja već 2 nedelje čekam da uopšte pošalju to. Tek juče je stiglo u Beograd. Amo si ti opustio. To je kupljeno već odavno.
You should have seen this coming. You know how the Emperor operates. He would not simply let yes. And now your friend will watch, frozen in magic.
I've heard your power. Let's see how you face
Aquila. Welcome to my channel.
Not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
That's a lot of damage. Pam 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 pam. Šta je sad? Hvala. Zdravo, zdravo.
Dobro kako meni spava, joj, čovjek. Ja imam neki multitasking problem, čovjek. Tako je.
Now's our chance. Quick, use Herot's lance.
You pathetic human
Tako naš duh ne rada.
You think you can kill me? You think you can?
Enough! Can't use the lance! The lance of Herot. Where is it? Quickly! You need to get out of here!
Zamota da... Nemam pojma šta je rekao. Ja tur. Ja tur. Da se That's some Kia food.
Oh gods, where am I now? Wait, is that smoke in the distance? I best be careful. Not happening. Not happening.
Weird.
Not happening.
Bravo, stati giusto? Giusto, mamma. Mala prokletija, znaš. Mala, vrlo mala. Znaš, idem da upalim kompjutor. Moram da radim. Čekaj. Ajde.
Not happening.
Mala, 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 to bela.
Not happening.
Ovo je žuto. Šombi, šta me gledaš u šombi?
Huh. To izgleda dosta dobro. Yes.
Not happening. Not happening. Might have to drop something. up something.
No, I love my stream. I was looking forward to start my stream today, like, all day. No, yeah, I'm not about that at all. That's what I'm spamming, talking over. I think you made the point, not certain. Not to complain. Yeah, I do make it a point not to complain about my stream. Because I know that people think this, and I know that people actively live in, I guess, what's the word for it? Like, people live in a sense of constant frustration that they see people like Hassan or people like me, and they're like, well, these people are in a very good position, and I don't want to hear these people complain about their position at all because my position is very bad. And I understand that. Now, this is, in my opinion, I understand it, but I to be honest with you, I really don't respect it. I'm sorry, but I don't respect feeling that way, because it's an emotional perspective that's selfish. And I think that anybody out in the world has a right to own their own problems, and nobody else in the world has the right to take that away from them. And I really dislike this idea that because some person has it bad, they try to go out of their way to invalidate other people who have other problems that they deem less important. I think this is an incredibly toxic way of talking. It's an incredibly toxic way of looking at the world. And at the end of the day, I think that we're all very privileged in a lot of cases. That's why we're sitting on here with high-speed internet, probably in most of the cases, air-conditioned houses in a first-world country in many cases as well, according to my analytics, having conversations about this kind of stuff. We are all incredibly privileged, at least according to many other people in the world. So I try to have empathy for other people's perspectives, and I try to see how other people feel, and I try to look past what the words people are saying are, and then actually listen to where they're trying to get at and what they're trying to say. So no, I do not respect the position that people will just dislike you because you're expressing that you're unhappy or stressed out. I do not respect this position at all. However, I know that many people have it. Yeah. But you're a millionaire complaining about your job to mostly middle-class viewers. It's not the right place to bitch about your job. I think actually here's the truth. I think that people don't want to hear someone bitch about their job. No, actually, I think that you're right, but it actually has nothing to do with a class thing. I was actually having this conversation today. I was talking to like Emmy and Tectone about it. Imagine like you go to the store and the cashier is talking to you about how much they hate their job. This would be kind of uncomfortable, right? Imagine you're getting your hair cut and you're having somebody tell you, like, as they're cutting your hair, how much they hate cutting hair and how frustrating it is for them and how much they don't want to do it. This would probably be weird and you wouldn't like that, right? Yeah, I don't want to hear it. So I actually don't think that this is a class barrier thing. I think that it's something that is just as simple as people want the monkey to do the thing that they're paying the monkey to do. That's all there is to it. And whether it's streaming, whether it's playing you know, a sport, whether it's working at a gas station, whether it's anything. Dance, monkey, dance. That's the way it is. We don't pay you? You absolutely do. You're watching me, you're paying me. I'm making money off of you one way or another. That's a wild statement without been preaching on screen. I mean, that's just, listen, if people want to turn this into some weird shit, go ahead. But I think that any person, especially them, they totally understand what I'm saying. And I think that they definitely would agree. I think they would agree with me. Is that whenever they pay somebody money, they don't want to have somebody go and talk about their life problems, right? They just want to very easily and simply have this person do the thing that they were paying the money to do. And I think that people view streamers as the same thing. So they don't want to hear streamers complain, but I also don't think that you want to hear a cashier complain. I don't think you want to hear a hairdresser complain. I don't think you want to hear anybody complain. Because the truth is that you probably don't really care about their problems. You don't give a shit. You just want to get your thing done. That's it. So yeah, I do understand that. Do I respect that? No, I don't. I really don't, because I think it's an unempathetic perspective. But I totally understand it. Does that make sense? And sometimes I feel that way too.
It's like, yeah, the levels of disconnected people, like, why should we feel any sympathy or give a shit about what your struggles is? You're literally choosing it. That's like you do it for money and then complaining it hurts.
Wow, this slap was hard. Slap.
That's true. Yep, you're right. And there are always going to be negative effects to doing anything. I don't think it's bad for somebody to talk about the negative effects that they have from doing something.
Softer. Don't slap yourself, dumbass.
Nobody cares. You have a job.
Now
where
he's right. He is right. He's fucking right about that. He is. And that's what it comes down to. But I think nobody cares is true for everything. I don't think that the streaming element is anything that's that special. You've said that a million times, yes. And remember the last time I said nobody cares? Oh, nobody liked that. But now whenever they say it, everybody's like, yeah. But you know what? They're right now, and I was right then. It's true.
You're extremely gifted and privileged. Nobody cares. You choose your hours. Shut the fuck about your problems. And certainly, if you're gonna talk about it, don't compare yourself to regular people.
I'm even gonna throw OnlyFan models in there. And all the ex-workers and stuff like that. Because what they have to do to make the money that we shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Because I wouldn't.
And do you remember whenever I said before these dudes made the video, I said that people said the same thing about OnlyFans girls too? I put the OnlyFans girls in this same category. Yep, because everybody fucking knows it. But the reality is, like, whenever a girl like Amarath is talking about, like, oh yeah, some guy tried to burn my house down, I can sympathize with that being bad. That's horrible. That's terrible that that happened to you. That's really, really bad.
Do that.
No.
Shout outs to them.
Turn it off.
The shit that they would have to do to make that amount. Shut up.
Do you guys realize?
Oh my.
Literally,
geez.
if they wanted to, this is something that you regular people can't do, because you're literally gonna lose your homes. You know what they need to do just to solve all their problems?
Not do it. They have to turn that shit up. Do it again. Do it again.
You tried to do the white balance?
I'm gonna turn it off. Do it again. 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 Do it again.
Someone actually said real job.
Šta je?
I really wish they...
Došao nam je Sivke.
It would cut to the part where... Do you remember what I said that was the same thing? I said that if you're getting cyberbullied or you're getting upset, turn your chair around. And then realize that it's not real. No, I think it's definitely true. I agree with them. Yeah, absolutely.
What does that mean? A
Oh
real
yeah,
job
I used
is
to
a
do
job
this
that you
regularly.
have. Bullshit jobs are the ones that other people have. It's just that simple.
It is.
No. Okay, this is what I don't understand if these people have ever worked. What a bullshit job is a job where you are paid to literally just exist. You're a number. Like, if you've ever worked for the government...
You're not being paid to exist. See, this is actually... I'm going to completely disagree with him here. You are not being paid to exist. You are being paid to be a conduit for advertising. You stopped too early? Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll keep going.
There's a lot of bullshit jobs there. Why? Because the government just got money to spend. They got to meet certain quotas. So they literally hire people. I've been told this on my job. You're there to look busy. Do you know how fucking crazy that is? That is a bullshit job. I could get my 8 hours of work done.
I heard that after they changed, no, he does have a point with this. He does. And like, if he wants to look at it from that perspective, I actually can't argue with that. Because I remember that, I think this happened during like the unionization of railroads. And after some like railroads and like trains moved from being like coal to having some other type of like powered, they had the unions that had the guys that put the coal in the train, even though they would still sit on the train and get paid a full fucking wage for doing nothing. And so, yeah, I hate to say it, it is kind of a bullshit job. But they aren't complaining? I don't know.
But in 2 hours, but I have to not do that so I can look busy throughout, or else if I finish it too fast and I'm too productive, either they give me another bunch of bullshit work, or they'll just literally tell me you're reprimanded for not doing your job. What the fuck is that? That is what it's called, a bullshit job.
This is what happened. Like, I had this at the IRS. Whenever you would finish all of your work, if you finished it early, sometimes we just got to sit around and do fucking nothing. But really, the reward for finishing all of your work is that now you have to do other people's work. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Those exist. Those exist in huge numbers. And then there's real jobs. They're not the same thing.
He makes thousands of dollars a day. Him making takes.
I do think that, like, in that case, he's right. I was more or less referring to the idea that being a streamer is a bullshit job or anything like that. And you're not really being paid to exist. I think that a streamer is effectively being paid to be a conduit for advertising. That's the main way that streamers make money.
Trying to relate to normal working people is fucking stupid. Well, there are normal working people that also make thousands of dollars a day.
He's not gonna like this.
So, like, I don't really understand, like, what your point is.
To be fair, I get it, guys. I get it. You know what I said. You know what I said. I was clearly referring to people that did not work in entertainment. There are many people who do not work in entertainment who make thousands of dollars a day. Do you genuinely believe that I honestly think that the average normal person makes thousands of dollars a day? Of course, I do not honestly believe that a normal person makes thousands of dollars a day. In the context of what I was saying, I was talking about people that worked in entertainment.
Welcome to my channel.
And I said that people that work outside of entertainment,
welcome to my
some
channel.
of them also make thousands of dollars a day. And it's not only people that work in entertainment that make this much money. That's it. I get it. I could have said it better, all right? I could have said it better. That's, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay. I don't know what working people you know, the normal working people that are making thousands of dollars. You guys know what thousands of dollars a day is? Let's have granted. Let's say $800,000 a day.
Yeah.
Do you know how much that is over the course of a whole month?
That's a lot.
That's $9,000 a month.
Yeah.
Nobody.
You think there's people out here?
Nobody does that.
Making anywhere from 60 to 70, making close to $1 million a year?
Nobody does.
Absolutely, yeah. I processed 1040s.
Yes, 1%. You understand that 1% out of a country of 300 million people is millions of people, right?
That's not normal people. No, they're not.
CEOs from the company.
I don't know. Maybe I have a different perspective on what 1% is. But I think that 1% is a big number. I do. I think 1% is a very large number.
Sometimes don't even do that. Stop.
This is the problem, okay? And this is what streamers and content creators, okay? Your job, okay? Is it difficult? Maybe, yes.
Take care.
Sure. Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up about it. You wanna know why?
True. True, 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 so true. But I don't think it has anything to do with being a streamer. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about anybody else's job. In some cases, people pretend to. I think this is the case with everybody's job. And you see this all the time on the internet.
Because you're well compensated. Extremely well compensated for the level of difficulty of your job. And this is how most people internalize this and whether or not they want to hear about your suffering. How difficult is your job? How well do you get compensated for it? If your job is extremely difficult and hard to manage, but you get paid peanuts, complain as you want.
I don't think so. I think that actually I don't agree with that, because if you look at, for example, like culturally, I think that culturally people definitely look down on construction workers. They look down on sanitation workers. Absolutely, that's true. And they get paid shit, and they have to work harder than anybody else. I think fast food workers are the most true as well. 100%. So I don't think that society actually has this perspective. Bad take, I think. Construction is very well paid. It depends, but yeah, in some cases that's the case, in some cases it's not. There are a lot of question marks in the chat. People are unhappy about this. Okay. Let me ask you a different question that has the same outcome. Whenever you were in high school, how many of you were made to think that if you didn't go to college, you kind of just didn't really make it? Me? Yes. That's what I'm talking about. You understand that I'm just saying it in a different direction. This is, again, it's intellectual dishonesty here. People aren't trying to listen to what I'm saying. The point is that in society, people look down on those jobs. And I actually don't think society has a genuine respect for how difficult the job is versus how much people get paid. And I think the evidence for that is the fact that people generally look down on fast food workers, and I think working in fast food and working in the kitchen is harder than almost anything. Working in the kitchen, in my opinion, is harder than streaming. Like, there is almost no other job that I would rather, like, I would rather do almost any other job in the entire world than work in a kitchen. It's soul crushing. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. And nobody respects those people at all. Are we really going to pretend that people respect fast food workers? Because they don't. Can you clarify? Abba's argument, society looks down on those jobs. I think he was talking about an individual's ability to complain. Well, can you clarify? Yeah, I'll talk about this just for a second, just so you can understand what I'm saying. So, Abba's argument is society looks down on those jobs. Is Abba's argument that society looks down on those jobs? Yes, I think he's implying that. And so, like, if you let's listen just for a minute, and we'll go through it.
How well do you get?
Well, his argument is that they don't, and I think that they do. Sorry, excuse me. His argument is that basically you have a right to complain if you are not being paid a lot of money, but your job is really hard. That's what he's saying, right? I just want to understand what. Like, I just want to make sure that we're all clear. So he's saying that if you make a lot of money and you don't work very hard, you don't have the right to complain. But if you don't make a lot of money and you do work very hard, then you do have the right to complain. And I think that he's arguing this from a social norms perspective, because that's the only way that you can argue something like this, right? Because he's saying, like, this is what's okay societally and what's not. And I disagree with that. I don't think that's true. And I think that the cultural value that people put on fast food workers and sanitation workers and what was the third one I used? Oh, construction workers is evidence for the fact that I don't think that's really true on a societal level. And I think that the evidence that a lot of us have experienced that kind of proves that is the fact that
between the gods.
whenever many of us went to high school, these types of jobs were referred to as not really making it. You're confusing hard work with shitty work. Fast food isn't difficult to do, it just sucks because the pay is trash. I completely disagree with you. I think that working in a kitchen is more physically straining than almost any other job.
Welcome to my channel.
I totally disagree with you. I actually think that working in a kitchen and working in one of these fast food places is incredibly straining.
Yes.
It's really, really fucking hard. You're so disconnected from reality, it's quite entertaining. Can you explain how I'm disconnected? Can you explain that? You're so unaware? No, I have no problem. Try working on an oil rig. Oh yeah, no, you're definitely right. There are jobs that are harder. Yeah, I mean, did I say it was the hardest? I probably shouldn't have said that working in a kitchen is the hardest thing you can do. No, I don't think it's the hardest thing you can do. But it is incredibly physically taxing. And I think that it is more physically taxing than the vast majority of jobs. Of course, there are jobs that are more physically taxing than working in a kitchen. But I do think that working in a kitchen is in like, it's like if you want to have like a tier list, it's in like the A tier. And if not in the A tier, in some places, it's probably in the low S tier. In terms of, like, most stressful. I'm going to go up post after getting caught? Well, no, I mean, sometimes I'm just... I'm talking extemporaneously, right? So, like, maybe I might say a word that's incorrect. Sure. Why is this even an argument? Well, no, it's not. I'm just trying to have a conversation. I mean, obviously, I might have misstated something, but it's not really a big deal, is it? So if I'm... Okay, all right, you type. You make a lot of assumptions based on no experience of the examples that you use. But your opinion is yours and mine is mine? No, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to go and say this and then not have an example. Where is the example? I want you to tell me what I said that makes me... Why can't you just do that? Just back up your point. If I make a lot of them, then you can think of one example, right? Let's think of one example. I had fast food at 15 at McDonald's, Burger King. It wasn't hard or physically taxing, hence why all young kids do it. I don't think that's a very good argument because I think that young kids are probably in the best shape to be able to do stuff like that, especially with having to bend over and pick stuff up all the time. I think that it would make sense that young people would do that. It's the same reason why young people are in the military. Well, you did say fast food first and kitchen jobs. There are kitchen jobs that are physically taxing, but I wouldn't say fast food kitchens are part of that. I think that having to stand up all day without being able to sit down. So, like, I don't know about how all the different places work, but I know that whenever I worked at Sam's Club and then I talked to other people that worked at jobs that were similar to that, you were literally not allowed to sit down. That's crazy. And that's really rough. I mean, that's extremely physically taxing. Like, I don't even see how this is an argument. It's crazy how people don't have that. Kitchen work is mentally stressful. Yeah, I would say it is. Sure. You're off the rails of Abin Preach's point. No, my point is that I think that kitchen work is very hard. It is some of the hardest work that people have to do outside of very extreme examples. Like, for example, like, I would say kitchen work is generally more physically demanding than basically any office job. It's really, really fucking hard. It is extremely fast-paced. It is high demand. You, in a lot of places, have almost no autonomy, and it's fucking hot. So, yeah, and also you get paid for shit, and people talk down to you constantly. Ever see In-N-Out workers all over the place? Confusion is here. People are having trouble understanding how Ab is making a narrative, normative argument, which is what you're responding to. Yes, I think that... Oh, shit. You got timed out. Sorry about that. You typed something, and it was pretty big. I'm a mechanic in my field in the area, and we aren't paid very well. We are treated very well by people because people tend to have their own opinion on what we should do, what rather than we actually do. I get it, though. It's different in different areas. I'm speaking from my own experience and comparing towards experience that you've shared in your own life. Yeah, no, I get that, and I think that that's good. And also, I would also, like, I'm going to be honest with you, right? of course people aren't going to tell that to you directly, right? So people are clearly not going to say directly to you, let me untime you out too, sorry. People are not going to say and disrespect you personally, right?
Yes.
But they do still hold that opinion.
Yes.
I think that's true. And also, like, you're talking about, like, your personal experience. And of course, like, everybody's personal experience informs how they view society. But I personally think that society actually doesn't care about how hard somebody's job is. But maybe Abba's point would be a little bit stronger if you added in a third component, which is education. I think that uneducated people that have to work really hard aren't respected, but educated people that do have to work really hard are respected. I think that's a little bit clearer, but in terms of uneducated work, I really don't think that society has that perspective. That isn't his point. I think that it is. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I really think that that's the point that he's making. I think that, like, so let's listen to it real quick, and we'll go through it, okay? Missing his point? Yeah, let's listen to it again.
Farewell.
Will internalize this
Okay,
and
here
whether
we
or
go.
not they want to hear about your suffering.
Okay, wait.
Well compensated
Okay.
for the level of difficulty of your job. And this is how most people internalize this and
So
whether
he's
or
talking
not
about most people. Talking about society, most people.
they want to hear about your suffering. How difficult is your job? How well do you get compensated for it?
Yeah.
If your job is extremely difficult and hard to manage, but you get paid peanuts, complain as you want. I will never get mad at a garbage man for whining about their job. Want to know why? Because they get peanuts to go pick up your fucking trash.
I agree. I totally agree with him. I wouldn't get mad about a garbage man complaining about his job, but I also wouldn't get mad about a doctor or a streamer complaining about their job. I don't think that it's accurate that society actually cares about the plight of these people that have very low paying jobs. And I don't think that in terms of what he said, most people, I don't think that's accurate. Stuck streamer into examples? Well, yeah, of course, because that's what we're talking about. Wouldn't it be? Most people complain about their job and then don't do anything about it. Oh, yeah, for sure. No, we'll get mad whenever a streamer says his job is more draining than mine. Oh, sure. He's talking about in terms of job difficulty? Yeah, but I don't think that people... I don't agree with his assumption that most people care about whether your job is hard or not based off of how well you're getting paid and how hard your job
Welcome to my channel.
I actually don't think that people care about that. And I don't think that they respect it either. And I think the proof of that is how society treats a lot of, you know, again, like growing up and going to high school, and how going to college was viewed as being successful and not going to college was viewed as not being successful. That's really what it is. Poll it. That's not his point. That is absolutely his point. He didn't say people would care. He said they tolerate the complaining. That means that they care. Anybody who's complaining about their job. So here's a really good example of this. Recently there's been no. I'll explain myself. That is caring. Yes, it is. Chat's being dishonest now? Yes, chat is being dishonest. I know that there's a lot of people who are agreeing, or sorry, getting mad. There are a lot of people who are unhappy because I'm not bowing down to an emotional argument. Why would I admit to being wrong for something that I'm not wrong about? And again, if somebody has evidence of me being wrong,
welcome to my
please
channel.
provide the evidence. Okay, here we go. An example for why people care about the money aspect is because you can work a shit job and then tell your parents to pay, and then suddenly it's okay. It happened with me in the IT field, and my parents wanted a doctor only, but after I showed the pay, suddenly I'm respected. I'm trying to, like, give me a minute to, like, think about, because no, he's right. He's right about what he's saying. He's definitely right about what he's saying. I'm trying to think about, like, if that contradicts what I was saying. It does, but how though? But, yeah, can you explain to me how that contradicts it? Because maybe I'm not entirely understanding what the difference is. You say that people are annoyed because of the complaining and not the money. I'm saying that the money matters in regards to people's feelings towards the job. I don't know if it fully disproves you or anything, but I think the money matters, basically. But I think that that's really the point.
happening.
Šta ti je, be, pa Rusi, ne čituj.
A si vidio kako onaj buši kroz zid, a?
I to s ovim...
Spicer. Ne, da, ovo, ti si došao dotle. Nisi video one dole, ali?
Ja sam vidio sam ušao isečeno.
O, pa imaš smog streama. Samo...
Gledaj sam ušao kad sam stavio.
Da, vrti dole da vidiš smog streama. Gledaj sam.
Da, šta ti vidiš tu? Šta ti vidiš tu? Šta?
Čekaj, nisi još došao do glavnog. To je ono kad je na livadi ubio onu dvojicu, ali? Jel to?
Je ubio tjoj.
Na livadi ono tamo oko onoga žita i to, jel? Da. A čekaj da vidiš kad počne kroz zidove da buši.
Razumeo bi...
Ne vidi se tu ništa.
Da je vidio teksturu, da je vidio te odličje.
Ma kako, ma ništa.
Da je na osnovu toga pukao i ukenjalo ga ruku.
Pa ga ukenjalo 2 put zaredom, u milisekundi, ja? Toliko dobar, a? Evo ga.
Not happening.
O jebem ti. Ovo si ti stavio, ovu poličanku, a?
A to ti je, sad ću da ti objasnim, nije to porničarka. To ti je, kako to kažu, female empowerment, ili ti jačanje kao ženskog libida kroz porn industriju. Ona osjeća dominaciju time što znaš radi u porn industriju.
Da pišaju po njima.
Pa da, one se osjeća kao da one kontrolišu situaciju, znaš.
Učini se život kad sam vidio, ona još kreće na ovoga, se vidi svojača se jebem. Jebem ti život. O jebem ti život.
Nisi došao do onoga kad onaj gađe, mislim da nije izbacio preview na taj klip. Kad onaj gađe sa onom spicer municijom kroz zidove. Onu ekipu unutra. Nisi još došao do toga? Gledaj tamo.
Čekaj malo da se dodi sebi od ovih scena, evo ti. mogu ljudi da se pale na osine.
Anything else I can help with? Morty. You're counting on PMC, 3 cold coverage on you. I actually can be only 1 for it. You can find me with it. So. Yes, sir. I will send you next to the
Not happening.
Čekaj, nisi gledao definitivno... Ovo nisi gledao, čini mi se. Pa da. Da, pogledaj ovo pa mi reci što misliš.
That I'm making. And I actually think that you're agreeing with me. Because so what you're saying is that your job is very well respected because you're making a lot of money. So that means that if you work in, for example, fast food, your job isn't very well respected because you don't make a lot of money. So the respect actually isn't derived from how hard you're working. It's in fact derived from the money that you're making, which is what I said. And I think that's what I was arguing against with what he said.
I don't know if it fully disproves it or anything, but I think money matters.
Yeah, 100% it does. 100%.
People respect jobs that make a lot of money. People don't respect jobs that don't make a lot of money. It's that simple. And I think people always tell you that they respect any job that you do, and they'll be nice to you, but then they'll laugh behind your back if you work in a job that's not socially accepted. I think that's really the truth. That's the reality. That's what I think. Teachers, I think a lot of people massively disrespect teachers. If I was president, I would double the teacher's salary for every single teacher in the U.S. instantly. I think that's the reason why we have bad teachers in a lot of cases. It's because why would somebody want to be a teacher whenever they could work in the private sector and make twice as much money? And I think teachers are disrespected because they don't make a lot of money. Absolutely. You can see it all the time. Like, for example, anytime there's a conversation of like a teacher doing anything or complaining about anything, I think you can see people all the time in the comments talking shit about it. Yeah, for sure. Especially by students. Yeah, students disrespect them too. Oh, do you see your point? Yeah. No, and that's what I'm saying, right? Is like I really don't think that I'm off base with this at all. And again, like if somebody again, like I hope that you guys understand that I have no problem listening to other people's perspectives. I will listen to other people's perspectives, and I will hear what they have to say, and I will try to interpret it in a good faith way. Let's keep going.
Go ahead. Your guys' difficulty level may be at a 4 or 5, but you get compensated so goddamn well, nobody trying to hear that shit. Whenever people come to me like, man, isn't YouTube shit hard? I'm like, yeah, I guess, but I get paid so well, I'm gonna shut the fuck up about it. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely, like, there's, like, extreme examples, things like getting, like, stalked and, like, having people, like, attack you in real life. Like, there are, like, definitely, like, super, super extreme examples about it. But overall, yeah, I totally agree with them. Absolutely.
Not happening.
Because I'm not going to go back to my old job. Wanna know why? Because I used to get paid shit to do extremely hard work there. That's most people's reality.
Yes.
Most people are not being compensated half as well as the difficulty of their job. So they don't want to hear you bitch and moan about the fact that it's so socially draining. Like they don't got to deal with the same shit for 1/100 of your paycheck.
He's completely right about this. But I don't think that him being right about this justifies the behavior. I would say, like, I don't know, ethically. And this is kind of like maybe a high ground take of mine. But I think that in general, you should try to listen and understand how people feel, even if you feel like you're in a better position than them. Because I think that I think that it's very easy to effectively, like, dehumanize people and invalidate how they feel and what they think whenever you place them in a position mentally that is above you. And that's what I was talking about before, how upwards discrimination is very popular in America. And I was talking about how that's corrosive and bad. And so, yeah, I understand that this is the case. And that's why I never, like, when was the last time I complained about streaming? Like, for example, I used to tweet all the time, oh, my stream's been so hard, I have to take a break again. I never do that. I don't do that. I have not done that in literally fucking years. But I don't think this is an ethically good thing, even though he is stating a reality. And it is a reality that I do reinforce.
asking for sympathy whilst also belittling their experience, talk about how much harder you have it. Bro, you're not gonna get nobody's sympathy. And if you don't understand that, that's because you're fucking out of touch. Nobody's trying to hear that shit.
Yeah.
And I know Asmongold knows this, because a while back, he was telling
100%.
game developers, I don't give a how hard your shit is. Nobody's
totally fucking true. Absolutely 100 fucking percent true. And I said that with streaming, absolutely. Nobody gives a fuck how you feel. And it's the same thing, like, so you can make, and this might seem like a bit of whiplash because I'm talking about like two separate things, right? So like I can talk about like the ethical world that I think is best and that I try to live by in the cases that I can, which is trying to listen and understand how other people feel and trying to like basically compromise with people by understanding them and taking them at face value and trying to empathize with what people's perspective is. I think this is a good thing. However, back over here in reality, outside of my own ethical utopia, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. This is the hypocrisy, though. Well, of course. Yeah. You're missing an entire point of the video? No, I'm not. I think I understand it entirely. What am I not missing? You agreed on how something can be socially draining, and rather than complain about Hassan, they are mostly mad about you? Well, that's okay. People can be mad about me as much as they want. That's fine. It's just the internet. Who cares?
Not happening.
I mean, really, guys, it's not a big deal. Oh my god. There are some tweets that, yeah, let me turn the chair. You care? I do care. I wish that everybody agreed with me, and it's disappointing to me that I feel like I'm going up against people. It's like you can tell them that you're looking at the color red, and they'll tell you that it's green. It's very frustrating for me to do that, and I do think that, you know, if you gaze into the abyss long enough, the abyss will gaze back into you. I think that we're beginning to descend into the abyss. However, I do like having conversations like this. I do unironically enjoy it. Maybe that's a fucking mental issue. But I genuinely don't find this like mentally or like emotionally taxing. I think it's totally fine. Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all.
And hear it make the fucking games.
Xavier's tweet was well-intentioned, and he went on to add a lot of
He made a lot of very good points.
But I think it misses the perspective of the consumer.
I literally said that. And this is the thing, is developers need to stop. Like, nobody gives a f about, oh, it's so hard. Shut the f up, pussy. Stop crying. Either do it or you don't. Holy just like nobody cares about, oh, it's so hard. Oh, well, this is, bro, you're talking to people that work in construction? Yeah. And you're gonna say that it's hard? Your job could be more demanding than that. I don't know. But guess what? To them, it's not.
But now when it's you guys, like, oh, we want, and you expect sympathy for what reason?
No, I don't expect it at all, and I know that I won't get it. No, he's totally right. This is a complete contradiction of what I'm saying. And that's what I was talking about before, with like how I think things should be versus how I think things are. And like, in my opinion, I find it to be problematic that people think that way.
Šta kažeš?
Tomislav kaže sneki.
A, šneki. Pa, odakle je taj poznanik mi? Rus neki. Mislim da više nije nešto aktivan na Steamu, studira nešto. On je Rus, a verujem mi da me zvao Šnek. Ja sam, ono to mi je bilo zabavno. Ne, šta si popravio?
Ne, pa trklo, bo je ono, tu se ono očitno ploči nešto, što ulazi na nešto baš. Našto muzeju, isto ko moj sa polomljenim ekranom, 22 funte.
Pa hoćeš da ga rastaviš u delove?
Pa sam zvao Rema, Rumuna ovog, pa Rumun mu poslao ponudu na 15 funti, ali i udesi da nešto
Šta će ti poslati samo tu ploču?
Da, samo ploču.
Mislim šta će ti čita monitor?
Not happening.
Neka možda uzmeš...
Ljudi ploča ima dve male ploče, i onda matična ploča ima ono za napajanje. Napajanjem ima adapter, ali strujno.
Da. Ajde onda jedeš, spanak sam skuvala. Danas smo malo na...
Evo sad ću.
Šta ti je ovo? Neka kremica?
Ne, nije, to je za nokte.
A to ti držiš nešto uvijek?
Ne, to je za nokte.
Šta za nokte, ne razumijem?
Ta, za nokte.
A ono što mažeš, ono...
Ne mažeš, no to su ti kao tablete, vitamin, kao hoćeš za nokte, začanje nokti.
Ajde.
Evo dolazi.
Mrzimo da radim.
Well. What do we got here?
Way, but I also know that that's true. Does that make sense? I'll respond to some comments here. Love your ability to face major backlash when at-level content creators contradict your opinions. Way to walk back on your points. Never punch up, but it's easy to punch.
Aaliyah. Welcome to my channel.
No, pe 10, to sunt.
here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here. Seth. Here, Seth. Here, Seth. Here, Seth. Here, Seth. Here, Seth. Seth, Seth, here, here. Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here. Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here. Seth, Seth, here. Seth, Seth, Seth. Seth, here, Seth, 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 here, Seth, here, here. Seth, here, Seth, Seth. Seth, 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 here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, 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 here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here. Here. Seth, here. Seth, 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 Seth. Here, Seth, here, Seth, here. Seth, 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 here, Seth, here, Seth, 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 here. Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here. Seth, here. Seth, here. Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here. Here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here. Here. Seth. Here. Here. Seth. Seth. Here. Seth. Seth, here. Here. here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, 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 Seth here, Seth here, 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 Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, 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 Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, 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 Seth here, Seth here, 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 Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth 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 here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, 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 Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here. Seth here, Seth, Seth here, 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 Seth, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth. Seth, Seth, Seth. Here. Seth. Here. Seth. Seth here, Seth here, Seth here. Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here. Seth, Seth, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth here, here, Seth here, here, Seth, 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 Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here.
I have to stop the stream.